Hello, and how are everybody today? Welcome to. Sorry, just realised that was a bit of paint from last week's hobby hangout, and just adjusting the light so I can see what's going on with everything. So yeah, so it's another hobby hangout today, and today's plan is to be doing, well, a couple of Legio Audax Warhounds. They're actually the 97th and 98th Titan to my collection, and they are also the last two to be added to the maniples that I've already got. So with that, there'll be two maniples of 5, and the plan is obviously to finish them off with that. So when I do eventually get to play games again, I'll be going with the, sorry, as you can see, we've got both cameras up because we had to send the Apple back last week because there was some technical issues with it. But now it's back, but it's just getting everything working again. But yeah, so the plan for tonight is obviously to hang out with you guys and to chat, have fun as much as possible, and get these little dudes painted as best we can, really. And I'm hopefully, I've done some prep work already. So with these, and let's take it up a little bit, he says, and then he can't focus. So let's bring it back down again. So there you go. So some of you might have seen the video I uploaded the other day of how to do my basing techniques, which this is said base, which I've sprayed with Halford's Grey Primer because it's probably one of the best sort of spray primers about. I've gone over it with Mechanica Standard Grey on that. The next phase with the bases is to dry brush Tyrant Skull over them. So when I add the agrax to them, it gives sort of highlights to it, so that way it makes it stand out more. It gives it more depth, and we all know I do love a little bit of depth with my models and bases. With the Warhounds themselves, I have gone over with Liberator Gold because everybody hates trim, as we all know. We all know this to be true. Trim is the bane of Titan hobbyists. We all say we hate it and we all bemoan it, but we still sort of enjoy it to a certain extent. Some sort of masochistic tendencies in that respect. But with these guys, I've just gone over with the Liberator Gold on the trim. I'll be filling in the plates with Abaddon black, and then I'll be doing the Stippling, well, with they both over the actual plates. Or they're not giving them all agrax all over as well. So it's just a very straightforward basic coats there. That is actually lead belcher I've gone over on that. I don't know whether or not it was actually the particular can I was using, but it was. That's better. He says. I can't see what I'm doing. So yeah, with that, it was part of the strategy to make it easier for myself, really, and that's what it's all about. I try to make things as easy as possible for everyone concerned, because hobby's meant to be fun and enjoyable, and when you get sort of stuck on doing just one thing, it gets sort of frustrating and annoying. So I like to sort of edge away from that if possible, just so it gives you more time to actually enjoy your painting, because it's meant to be sort of, you know, a hobby's meant to be relaxing at the end of the day. And sometimes if you make something overly complicated, it gets frustrating, and then that's a negative, and you don't want to be doing that, because then you just get bored and can't be bothered with it anymore. But yes, so I'm going to get on with sorting out these brushes and getting them into order, and then get cracking with the painting. Hobby fuel. Arranging everything once more. So a little bit of water on the brush. So I'm just going to go with the layer brush. I do love this gold though. I've probably used this gold more on current models than I have any other gold. Like Retributor was my go-to at the start, especially with like the Ignatum and the Krytos boys, girls. But later ones, I think with Audax, I think I used Liberator. I'm not so long ago. Definitely used them with Volcanum, and obviously these guys. And I don't think I don't know actually. No, that's making me think. It's quite annoying when you just can't think of your schemes. Oh, hello, David. Lovely to have you again. I take it you've had a fairly uneventful day, because the last few weeks I know you've been so busy doing stuff and taking the kids out and all that. How's your hobbying going, mate? Have you finished off that Reaver yet for your Leniascara? See, I'm doing these bits here just so you're aware. You're thinking, why is he doing that like that? Why is he starting with the shins, the kneecaps? Basically, I always forget them. Amount of times I have started painting, and then I get everything all nice and done, and the next minute I'm like, oh, wait a sec, that's still sort of bare metal. So yeah, by doing them first, that way I'm not going to forget them. Oh, cool. Hello to David's son. Welcome to the hobby hangout with me. I still haven't got an official name for this thing. My favourite one at the moment is Saturday Night Reaver. But I don't think I've painted any Reavers yet. So yeah, so that'll be saved for when I do paint a Reaver. So maybe next weekend, because next weekend is going to be number 99 of the Titans, unless anything amazing happens during the week, which I'm not sure if it will, because my boss is away next week. He's going up to Scotland with his family, and that means I'm holding the fort on my own at work. So I'm not going to have a day off, so that limits my painting. And I might be quite tired, as you can well expect, after doing a day's work and then driving home. Hello, James. Hi, James. I hope you are enjoying your painting with Dad, and I hope you're going to be putting him to shame with your amazing skills. So, are you on the Reaver tonight, David, or you actually doing something else with James? like individual projects or a joint project between you. Everyone's welcome, and I shall endeavour to not do any swearing. Not that I normally do, but you never know. You know how I get very excited at times. But yes. You may already noticed as well, I'm wearing my White Dwarf issue 120. After Aaron Dempsey-Bowden posted up about something yesterday about painting an army based on the first White Dwarf that you got, and this was the cover of my first White Dwarf. And I have never painted a Deathwing Terminator. I have only painted one Tyranid, which was way back in the day when the original Space Hulk came out. I did it, didn't really like it, so I never bothered again. I tried to clear some space first, yeah. I'm either finishing off my Warhound and then go on to Reaver weapons. Yes, get those Reaver weapons sorted. I've still got to decide, because I've got a couple of Reavers in my build pile, which Legio I'm going to put them with, because I have mostly traitors. I've only got sort of like 3 Reavers, because when I was doing my sort of Battle Force builds, I was deliberately trying to make sure that I had 3 Reavers so I could have a minimum Corsair mana pool if I wanted to. Or obviously I could, obviously with the Warhounds, do like 2 Venators, like 2 minimum Venators formations, which is also good. And yeah, but yeah, so I know I've got like Krytos, Volcanum have only got 3 Reavers amongst them. Audax as well has only got 3 Reavers, and no, Fortunatus has 4 actually. So yeah, so yeah, it's just a case of working out where these extra Reavers in my collection will be going initially. I'm definitely feeling that 99 is going to be a Reaver, because I haven't done one for a little while. So I've done these last 2 Warhounds from my Christmas / birthday purchases, and oh, sorry, and yeah, it's a lot of juggling about. You'd be surprised, you know, when you have a lot of mana pools, trying to organise what you want where, because I'll be honest with you, I do have sort of favourite sort of schemes and styles, and I do prefer painting certain Titans to others. So I'm not going to sort of see, trying to throw me off there by not painting that one. So yeah, it's a case of just organising my battle forces that I have, because you want them to, you know, be practical. And so like when I get the opportunity to actually like maybe organise a meet up with some friends at the local sort of gaming hall, which is to us here is actually Wayland Games, and get a few guys to sort of join in, although some of them have actually painted their own Titans now. Because the last time we was able to do this was I think February or even January last year, just prior to the Legio Walks event. So I needed some sort of practice games to warm myself up, really. And a few guys came up and joined in, and we had a fun time, which was cool. So at least my Titans do get to have a run out every now and again, even if I'm not using them, but someone else is. So actually, as I'm painting this is basically what we are aiming for. This is the there you go, so you can actually see. So this is the effect that Stippling will give to a Warhound, or well, basically a Warhound for the Legio Audax, because they don't have anything bigger than a Warhound in their arsenal. So magnetized. So yeah, so that's what we're aiming to get to join the others of their ilk, such as that dude. So yeah, it's simple yet effective, which is the key word for anything that I paint. Just try and keep it as simple as possible, easy to do, and then you just rock and roll, really. But yeah, so Warhounds, very posable, and you can see with the urban sort of smashed up bases. So with the new ones, we've got Dead Warhound. Haven't decided on a Legio for that one. It has to be a Loyalist one, and obviously the one that I was using for the pictures the other day. I also did bring in, let's grab this quick, because I've been listening to the Eye of Horus podcast, and they've been talking, latest episode has been talking about the Adeptus Mechanica. Well, they've been talking about Horus Heresy, full stop, really, especially like with the leaks that was popped up the other week. But yeah, so as you can see, this is one I've converted to have a melter weapon as an option. So I was actually thinking about trying to sort of update them a little bit, because they are I haven't played a game with these in years. So I've got quite a few of them. Basically, I've got enough to do 2 full squads of 9. Really like them with the little jetpacks, little whee, jumping around and everything, and then choppy or splutty. That's the plan anyway. But yeah, I was going to have a look at them maybe later on, if I've got to wait any particular length of time for these to dry. Hey Jay, a bit late, but it's for the stream. Oh, well, where are you, Jay? Then, if late for you, or do you work like really early or something? So I always like to know where people are. But yeah, so. But thank you for joining us, and thank you for your comments earlier on as well. That was on the basing video comments. It was just wanted to get that video. You won't believe how hard that was to actually get that video uploaded as well, because I did it on Thursday, and I done it obviously on my phone, and I thought, oh yeah, I can upload directly, but internet is a bit of a pig, and I couldn't. Well, by 11 AM the next day, I'd managed to get 29% uploaded, and I thought, well, that's not quite good enough, really, because I was getting like upload rates, even on not doing it on Wi-Fi, doing it on my normal allowance sort of thing. It was similar upload speeds. So obviously it was uploading constantly. So when I wasn't near Wi-Fi or out, it was constantly uploading. And after 24 hours, it hadn't done anything significantly. So I stopped it and restarted it when I was at work, and the upload speeds there was sort of like 15 to 18 megapixels or whatever MPS, and yeah, it took just over an hour because I don't think it helped, because with the phone I use, I had the video recording was set to like 4K, so that's why it took a lot longer to actually do, to upload anyway, because of the amount of data that was being shifted. But it got up there in the end, and it was just handy so people can see how I do bases. It makes it a lot easier for when they're doing their own stuff. So, you know, I always find it better to actually do a visual example, so you can see what I'm doing and what I'm about with the bases. And I say 20 minutes to do a base is not a bad amount of time, really, in the greater scheme of things. And you're using, you know, spare parts from kits. You know, you've got them, might as well use them somewhere. And with the what do you call it? Yeah, obviously with my basing sand, it's where I've accumulated different sort of sand grits over the years, and I'll just mix them all together with the bicarbonate of soda. So when I use the super glue on the bases, it just sets so quickly and like really quite hard. So you can actually sand it. So if you did make a bit of a rick, you can then sand it down and make it a little bit smoother. But I think it gives it a really nice bit of texture. I did just use on one of my older models, just using bicarb to just give a little bit of texture, but not anything that was over the top, if you know what I mean. So it had a little bit more, it felt like it was like tarmac sort of effect. So when you're sort of looking at it, it was smoother compared to like the rocky rubble area of the actual model. So it gave it quite a nice added sort of effect, because I say it's all about getting those textures onto the actual board board base. North Knots got back from a game, lost, still learning, but really enjoying chucking some dice. Oh, was you doing AT today? Was you? Was it iOS or something else? But that's the thing with AT. Even when you lose, you still have fun generally. You know, especially if you're blowing up in someone's face. It's always good. Hi, James. Thank you for joining us today. What are you painting? Are you iOS, or are you doing Titans like Daddy? Right. Whatever you're doing, I hope you enjoy, and I hope you're learning from your dad as well. So he'll guide you and make you into an awesome painter, I am sure. Yeah, so Jay, you all tuckered out, are you? I often find that with playing games, it's just so sort of thinking, especially when you're doing a couple of games during a meetup and that, so draining. Because you say I'm always thinking like, oh, what am I going to do next? Where am I going to go? It's not so much on like what units have I got, but it's just trying to strategize, I think, is an official sort of word we can use in this instance. Where trying to plan my next move ahead of time, and then obviously reacting to my my opposite numbers moves. But obviously it's a lot to go into. But you say it can be quite mentally exhausting, but it's still fun at the same time. Oh, cool. Have you a favourite chapter as yet, James? Are you doing like loyalists, like Ultramarines or Blood Angels, Space Wolves, Salamanders, or are you going with the bad guys like Chaos Space Marines? Oh, hello, Felix. Have you been catching up with the? Oh, yeah. Well, actually, you probably don't want to watch the start because I showed the base of one of my, that base with that Legio Audax Warhound. The one that normally upsets you. So yeah, you don't want to relive that. Um, but yes, but welcome anyway. Nice to see you again, buddy. Yeah, we've got David, and he's painting with his son James, who's joining us tonight. And Jay is popped in, and he's just telling us about his first game he had today with his Titans. So, who was you up against, like Legio wise? Because I don't think we got to there, did we? I'll just check what's in the chat. Got mushy brain, played 2v1, me and a mate got smashed by the other guy. Chill before work tomorrow now. That's fair. Yeah, I'm sorry, Felix. I'm sorry, but it's like one of my favourite ones because it looks awesome. Obviously, because of the Legio Astroman, makes it even extra awesome. So, you can't blame me. It is a great looking Reaver Titan that's been trodden on by Warhound. So, sorry. I didn't know. I've done it before I knew you. How about that? There you go. See, I did it before you know you. You can't blame it on me. I haven't done it deliberately to upset you. It's just, one of those things. Casualty of war. Crushes his soul every time. Oh, Felix, don't do that to me, man. Yeah, Jay, did you get any engine kills, or was you setting them up for your partner? Because that is also an important part in any Titan engagement. It's not just about going out for the glory yourself, but working. If you're in like a two-man team, working with your compatriot and setting him up, as well as him setting you up, because it's only fair. I mean, I can blame you, and I will. I just don't know if that's fair, but it is what it is. Yeah, cheers, Felix. Right. Yeah, so I'm doing the smaller parts, as you wondered why I've stopped on this one. I'm doing the smaller parts with the small brush in there. With the bigger sections, I'll do a bigger brush to make it a little bit more easier and quicker. Yeah. Oh, hello, Sam. This is my girlfriend, Sam. Any ideas why the sound might have stopped working on the Xbox? Asking for a friend. No. Because I'm assuming you was watching the DVD when I left the house, and it was working then. So unless you've done something to make it not work, or because you haven't touched it, so I honestly don't know. I'm sorry. Have you tried turning it off on again? I'm sorry, I'm not much help here in this situation. But yeah, normally it should be easily. One of the cats have probably just sat on the remote. I'm blaming the cats or the dogs in this instance. You can't pin this one on me. I wasn't in the room at the time. But just try turn it on off again. I don't know how long you've had the Xbox on, so it might have overheated. Is the door open? I need to vent it. You're wiggling some wires now. Okay, that might help. It's always worth a try. Or even maybe cleaning the DVD. I don't honestly know. Just check you haven't accidentally turned the volume down or muted it with the cat sitting on the remote control like Billy did. Well, actually, well, Billy's a dog, by the way. And he normally walks around, and because he's a small dog, he jumps up onto the sofa. And the amount of times he's accidentally stepped on the volume control and sent it ballistically high. We're trying a different DVD now. Jude Law is silent, which is a relief. Leave Jude alone. Didn't get anything. Our side were like dominoes. First one, then another. Played Astorum and forted us on my side. The other guy was running homebrew. Right, yeah. So that's the thing with the depends on what sort of rules he was using, because as I say, you create your own Legio rules. They can be sort of, you know, abused a little bit. You know, depends on what he's fielding and what rules he's got, because obviously you can make certain things a lot more tougher compared to a normal Legio, where you have only very subtle sort of characterful buffs and stuff. They're not game breaking, but I played back. It might have been last year. It might have been the year before actually. I experimented with a create. Yeah, it was probably a year before last actually. Using the create a Legio rules when they first came out, and I put them onto my Ignaton Titans, and they were quite, you know, like Elite Magos was better then because you'd have got an extra dice to roll on your repair. So basically, a Warhound had 3 dice for repairs, which is quite actually handy. Then what else was there? The shield one, and where you basically had like over shields, or you got to re-roll. I can't remember now. But yeah, it's basically you could that's it. You could do power to the shields without expenditure of reactor. That was it. Which when you're being shot and you go power to reactor, so you get to re-roll ones on that. But that is because there's no expenditure of anything, so it's actually quite well, it's quite good to be fair. And the other thing I had was I was able to like reinforcement to the hull of Titans, so it was like an upgrade. You still have to spend out for it, but you know, on certain Titans I was able to ignore the accumulated like minuses if you're being shot in the body. So as you progress down the damage track, you get like -1, -2, or +1, +2, +3 to the opponent's damage. But with this particular trait, they don't. So it's basically you always base damage unless you're shooting them out of arc. So it was actually quite tough to actually kill my Titans with that. And after we finished the game, I actually felt quite bad. So I haven't actually played a created list again, because it is something that you can abuse, because you can make quite nasty little combos for your Titans. I suppose it's alright in Sherlock. It was great in Sherlock. I think you did. Which, well, the painted ones, I'm assuming. But thanks, that's much appreciated. Ooh, he had. Oh, right. So yeah, Warlord sharing voids. That might have been. I'm assuming he had like the Fortis maniple, where it was Warlords and Reavers. Because they can share shields, because that is quite a tough maniple to take down, because Warlords and Reavers combined, especially if like you've got multiple Reavers and that sharing, that's a lot of shields you've got to get through before you actually start damaging things. So the toughest game I played, I think I ever played, was against a Legio Volpa player with a Fortis maniple when I was deploying my Legio Solaria. So I had some Knights, I had 4 Warhounds, and a Warlord, and 2 Porphyrion. It was a 2,000 point army list, versus 2 Warlords, Porphyrion, and 3 Reavers. And so with the Fortis, you can share the shields between a Warlord and Reaver or 2. But he split his force into 2. So you had one Warlord had 1 Reaver with it, the other one had 2, and the one with 1 was sat on a hill in a sort of an auxiliary support sort of mission role. But he used stratagem points to actually buy a void shield generator, which allows you to re-roll failed saves. So you can imagine just how tough that would have been to actually take down, because obviously you need them to fail their saves in the first place, and then they get a reroll. So you might only be like, and then obviously when it comes around to what do you call it, a repair roll, you can get those shields back if you're lucky. So those 2 dudes lasted for the majority of the game, obviously, and I actually had to whittle my way through the other guys, and yeah, it was a really hard going. So if you was up against that for a first game, that is a tough old sort of thing to actually go up against, to be fair, especially, as I said, for a first game. So I'm assuming your buddy Jay had a little bit of experience with AT, to obviously do a 2x1. So it obviously helps you out, so you can learn on the fly. Right. I'm just going to get some more light, so just 2 seconds. Oh, he says as he knocks over some Titans. So yeah, so that's a little bit better. I can actually see a little bit better now. Right, so that's the, just check those little shin bits. Yeah, I'm going to leave that head because I'm going to do that head white. And I'm also feeling doing white on the two sort of rear quarters as well. So let's give that red stuff. And get a slightly bigger brush now to do the other stuff. So everyone else, Felix, are you hobbying today? Are you working? How is things over in Canada? It's Canada, isn't it? We don't joke about the death of innocents. That's a traumatic event for the Forge of Mars. That was no, we can't talk about that, Felix. So much was lost. So much knowledge. Everything. Let's put that in there. Sorry. Yeah, I've got work tomorrow as well, mate. So I don't blame you chilling. So thank you for joining me for some chill time, and the rest of us as well in the chat. So yes, it is, but decent working on first 7 Legio Cruisers time. Oh, here we go. Yeah, stop knocking your models over, Lee. Too much breakage makes the honest over. I know there was nothing fell. It was just a mere clipping as such. Just went a little bit, and give it a little bit of a nudge, a friendly nudge. That's all it was. Right now, I have the annoyance of a fly. Bugger. Just turned up. Comes around here, causing all sorts of a fractal. So, yes, get that done. Yeah, just a glancing blow. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Now, they got away with it. Those pesky warhounds with their cunning, wolf-like tendencies. I'm assuming that Sam has managed to sort out the Xbox. If you're still watching, Bubba, have you sorted out the Xbox? Oh, sorry. Did you try turning it off on again? Oh, it always works for the IT crowd. A little bit too much there. Concentrate on what I'm doing, Lee. Ah, Regina, yeah. Was sharing with the Warhounds, so it's still a nasty little maniple to go up against. But with the Regina as well, they can stand further away, because with the Fortis, you've got to be sort of base to base to share shields. But Regina, you can actually have a bit of a distance between you and the Warhounds. But if he was using that and the thing that allows you to like boost the shields as well, that would have been even nastier, to be fair. So I don't envy you for a first game going up against something like that. That would not have been a fun time, really. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. So, did any of you actually get Dominion? I don't know if you're all just sort of general Games Workshop hobbyists and collect various systems, or if you're just Titans like me at the moment, or you do 40k, you do Heresy, or AOS. Night, James. Nice to meet you, James. And I hope you've done a great job with your Space Marines. And we'll look forward to seeing you again next time. All right, night night. Be a good boy. Go to bed for Daddy. Play and collect way more systems and games than I should. I haven't heard of that one, unless you mean the board game. To be honest with you, I don't even know what it is because it's not Titanicus. I'm assuming Dominion is a AOS or sort of like Curse City type thing. But because I don't collect that sort of stuff, I have no idea. Now I'm just getting paint everywhere. So yes, it's all good. I say it's all good. There's just been so much weirdness on the internet recently with everything, and with the whole where Games Workshop ship out like demo, like free boxes to sort of hobbyists that have followings and all that sort of stuff, content creators or whatever. But the with that, the problem you've got is that sometimes you get people that don't really want to share in the happiness, and there's been a lot of sort of like bemoaning. There's a lot of stuff going on about like who gets what nowadays. But yeah, I don't know how to take it really, because as I say, I just try to keep out of everything at the best of times. But sometimes you just can't, help but take notice of what's going on. So I try to Hey MZ, how are you? Thank you for joining. I hope you're hobbying and stuff. I forgot what I was going to say. But yeah, it's just such negativity recently, and I don't like this negativity. It's not a fun thing to be part of, if you know what I mean. So I said I have no idea what it is. As I said, I'm sure it's an iOS type thing. I'm just going to have some slurp of coffee because it's getting cold. But yeah, it's just a crazy situation. I've seen so many people just like, you know, on various sort of social media just going on like, oh yeah, why has this person got some and why I haven't, and stuff. And I know that there are some people that probably have some sort of genuine grievances about being excluded because of past histories and stuff. But it's to say it's not a nice sort of oh, you fixed it. We only had your entertainment for a while. Then I'm sorry. I know it's not exactly what you was expecting. You was enjoying your DVDs, and yeah, to have to put up with my painting and stuff. So yes, I'm glad you've got it sorted and that everything is okay. Enjoy. Felix. Yes, I generally don't pay attention to that stuff, but I do think GW should send you a free Titan for the next new variant due to your 100 finished Titans soon. It would be nice, you know, I'm not going to lie, but you know, I've got here under my own steam, and I think now it's just a case that like, well, nothing's happened, so don't expect anything's going to happen. So just, you know, just keep on going and enjoying what I'm doing with my hobby, really. And so I try to keep outside of all those sort of problems, issues, and fracas, stuff that goes on, because it's not worth it at the end of the day, you know. Now we all do this hobby to sort of get away from reality and enjoy ourselves as best we can, but you know, I can understand certain people being upset by certain things, but do you, you know, going online and shouting about it, and just, you know, especially in the current climate where there's so many people that are suffering from sort of like anxiety and sort of mental health issues due to, you know, the lockdown. You know, not everyone's in a great place emotionally or mentally at the moment. So it's one of those things where you're sort of having to just try and get through this whole situation as best you can, and you know, sometimes you can't, and having all that negativity is not good for you. So just trying to, if you see something like that, I always just sort of edge out, sort of thing, go back to my Titans as best and quickly as possible. But yes, all fun. That's enough of that, because that's bringing me down now. That's not what this Saturday night's all about, really. It's all about chilling out, painting, chatting, and the like. And yeah. Just getting all these little bits in place. So it is quite hard going at times, you know, when you want to paint and, you know, just get to a certain stage where you just go, can't be asked. But yeah, it's all all about trying to find a nice centre of balance of everything and getting through life as best you can without being a dick. Well, that's the theory anyway. Don't need to be mean and horrible to people. Just got to treat people how you would like to be treated as best you can. But that depends on them as well. Gosh. So, yes. Oh, stop it, Felix. You mentioned that last time. 200 Titans. I'm sure it was you. It's got your terminology all over it. 200 Titans. No, that would be a bit much. I say, the amount I've got is more than enough. As I say, it's just. I say it did help me get through lockdown for the most part, because having that sort of outlet with hobby, and I really enjoy painting Titans and Knights, and so it gave me a focus point to actually, you know, survive being in lockdown. But then saying that, lockdown now, being back at work, where I've been so busy at work, literally I don't get time to sort of think most of the times, because where everyone hasn't gone away on holiday, and you know, they've been spending time doing DIY at home, that they've suddenly decided, oh, we need to get some flooring. Now we've painted all the walls and everything, and yeah, it's just been absolutely crazy since returning to work. So yeah, just where I used to be able to, because so I'm not going to be funny, but I my job is actually pretty cool. You know, my boss is really cool, and where back in the good old days, if all my chores and that were done at work, I could just sit down and do some painting, because I had all my stuff in my car or at work. I could actually just get my stuff out, like, because he'd like to go home early, so he went home early, and I manned the shop for a couple of hours, and yeah, it was be quiet. I would get some of my stuff out and I would paint at work, because he knew and knows that if a customer comes in, I would stop what I'm doing and I would deal with the customer. So yes, that only comes through, like, you know, work. I've been working with him now since 2001, so it's like 20 years. Well, actually, no, tell I, 2002, so 19 years. So we know each other, we know how each other work, and we work well together. And at the end of the day, he knows that he can leave the shop in my care, as he's doing next week, because I've got no day off next week because he's going away on holiday. Well, it's not. It's a holiday. It's a family thing, but he's taking his dad back up to Scotland, because his dad's not in a sort of the greatest of health, and yeah, it's just one of those things with him and his like sister and his kids and that, and just taking their grandparents back up to Scotland. One probably, you know, sounds horrible, but probably for the last time. So I got to look after the shop. But as I said, it's so busy with selling stuff to people and getting fittings done for people that I don't get a chance to do sweet bugger all with hobby at work. So, hey G Steeler, welcome once again. A bit earlier this time as well, I noticed. So last week you turned up with the last sort of 20 minutes or so, didn't you? But I'm glad to have you here, mate. And thank you for your comments on the video as well from yesterday's upload. So it's lovely to have you here. I hope you're well. Yeah, so I don't paint as much as I used to, sorry. So yeah, it's one of those things, but me being me, just take it on the chin and just get on with it, because that's all I can do. So, you know, it's good to be busy. Time does fly quickly, but I do miss my hobby at work. So it's one of those things, I guess. Finally, with your powers combined, 200 titans. Well, we'd done that before, didn't we? We was calculating about how many titans everybody in the chat could muster together, sort of thing, and we beat sort of 200. I'm sure we beat 200. So, you know, we were including like unpainted and unbuilt titans, but you know, when you're doing these sort of numbers, you got to add them all up. Yeah, got to pop out soon, pick up Father's Day barbecue. Well, no, that's important. Yeah, got to treat the dads to their barbecue. Yeah, I doubt I'll be having a barbecue tomorrow because I'm working, and then obviously off to see my kids after work. So it'll probably just be a normal KFC for me and the kids, which I don't mind. So I've gone all these years without sort of that sort of stuff. I don't expect it. So just spending time with the little Muppets. Crazy little monkeys. I get cards, so that's all that matters, really, isn't it? Sort of thing. Show you some attention for a couple of minutes before they go back to the computer games. But yeah. Great vid, thanks. Doing well. Well, no worries. Oh, for you. Oh, right, okay. Well, happy Father's Day to you, and happy Father's Day to all the fathers in the chat, and those watching from the comfort of their own homes. But yeah, it's much like sort of, you know, like with birthdays. You know, I enjoy getting some presents, but you know, kids, I'll get a card, and you know, that's all that really matters, really. Just a or even happy birthday. But yeah, it's nice to have that thrown upon you. But you know, I don't make much of a fuss. I'll try not to. I don't know what I would do if I was making a fuss. Yeah, so are we going for steaks on this barbecue of yours, G Stealer? You know, you're going to go for some like kebabs, a bit of lamb, chicken. What's your idea of a perfect barbecue for your Father's Day? So, i.e., what are you going to get yourself? You're going to treat yourself. Gosh. Oh, that one. That one. That one is that one. All right. Just going to check. I'm going to try not to. Oh, brisket, pulled pork ribs. Nice. Good selection. Especially the brisket. Is that going to be a slow cooked barbecue one? I take it. You're going to like put it in now and cook it till tomorrow. Right. So I was just checking on what ones I had with sort of squad leader types. So I think I've got, yeah. So with these are going to be both like squad leader dudes. So what I did with the other sort of squad is one, the lead Titan of the Maniple goes with Whitehead, and the second in command goes with a Blackhead. So I've got a Blackhead with that one, so that one's going to be the Whitehead. But I'm also going to give him white the rear section, the exhaust manifold. Give that white going over. And lots of weapons for them to play with as well. So I've also got lots of magnetised weapons for these guys, because I can swap in the Ursus claws. Because I'm aiming to have like 3 Ursus claws per maniple, so that's a good, safe number. But then the other 2 are like, fire support, Warhounds. Right, so that's all. Right, do the black on the back. Last bit of the black. Yeah. Going to the local shop to pick it up. Nice. So save you having to do all the hard work. Well, I'm assuming you can do the last part. That's pretty hard. Gosh. The other thing, just remembered I need to do, that's black on these, is these little covers here. Because when you look at the artwork, they are painted black, and they also have stippling on them. So that's got to be done. Ain't got time for that. You're saying that, I just remembered Blaine from Predator. I ain't got time to bleed. You got time to duck. Yeah, that little sucker's dug in like an Alabama tick. Oh, Predator. Such a great movie. I did actually, Predator, great movie. I am one of the few people that also enjoyed Predator 2. I really enjoyed that with Danny Glover and Bill Paxton in there as well. Obviously, that was his ultimate role, because then he got killed by a Predator. So he'd been killed by a Terminator, an Alien, and a Predator. So he got the ultimate of ultimate accolades. I'm the only guy to do that. Because I think Lance Henriksen got done by a Predator. No, not Predator. No, Lance Henriksen. He got done by an Alien on multiple occasions, and an android, I think, because didn't David kill him in Prometheus? Oh no, that was Guy. Yeah, sorry, yeah. So, or he might have been killed by a Predator in, and he was killed by a Terminator as well, because he was in. I think he was in the original Terminator as one of the cops. I'm not 100% sure on that though. That would need to be checked. So yeah, Bishop in Alien. Although technically he didn't die by an alien there. He just got ripped in half, and he got, well, he could have been reactivated because he obviously got smegged in the crash, but wasn't directly killed by an alien. It was more killed by a Ripley because he asked Ripley to turn him off. So I'm sure he might have got predatored in Aliens versus Predator, the first one, when he was playing Wayland. But again, I can't remember. I've only seen it, say, once or twice when it first came out, so I can't be 100% accurate on that information. But yes, Bill Paxton definitely, the legend. Such a great dude. Shame he did, died at sort of a relatively sort of youngish. He's in his 60s, but still, it's still sort of modern day, still quite young. Still had a lot of roles within him. Hello, King Crimson. Hello, dude. How you doing, man? Someone to say I'm at work. So no. I say you're often at work when you drop in, and it's always appreciated, my friend. So it's always nice to see you screaming out my name. But yes, so we're just chomping on through these little dudes, these little warhounds at present. Just getting them ready for some stippling action. That's the plan anyway. Okay then, G Steeler, you go get that barbecue food for your barbecue tomorrow, and we'll see you back a bit later once you return. I'm sure me and Felix can hold the fort, and anyone else who's still about. Let's go over, just make sure cover the colours. Right. Let's double check on this dude. So yes. So next week, just trying to think ahead. If I'm going to do a Reaver, I don't know how to do it. If I do, well, because number 100 is going to be the Legio Audax Warmaster. So, do I go with doing another Kratos beforehand, which is a bit trying to think, have I got, what have I got? So I'm just referencing my Titan production lists. So apparently I still have 3 Reavers to do. So if I do a Loyalist one, that'll make sense really. Yeah, so I might actually, I think, so I've done, with all these painting hangouts, it has been mostly doing traitors. Because we done, we done the Fortidus Warlord, didn't we? Like it's been Audax and Demisium and Volcanum. So I think one of the Reavers, because I've got Krytos have 3 Reavers, Volcanum have 3 Reavers, and Audax has 3 Reavers. So I think really, to balance things up a little bit, that Audax should get 1, Krytos should get 1, and Volcanum get 1. Really? Or do I give? Oh, because Demisium's only got 3 as well. And I kind of like Demisium. Problems of having Titans. Who'd have thunk? So yeah, so maybe. Yeah, so definitely going to go Audax next weekend. So we're going to do the blue and white guys. Oh yeah, 40 disc Wardbringer. No, we done that, didn't we? We done the 40 disc Warbringer. Yeah, that was right. Yeah, we done that last week. Yeah, well done, Fix. I completely forgot about that one. So we done the Warbringer for 40 disc last week. So yeah, a Reaver after doing these 2 Warhounds. So a Reaver would be appropriate, I believe. Yes. Oh. So it's yeah, because I haven't done a painting tutorial, let alone anything to do with Audax online. So that's what we're doing. So there you go. We're doing them for sure now, because it would be rude otherwise not to, really. But yes. Plans within plans, schemes within schemes. Hello, David. Welcome back. Glad to have you here. Yeah, well, that's the thing with Audax, was that at the time, before they came, when the Riser book came out last year, was it last year? Oh no, it was last year, wasn't it? Yeah. No, was it? Yeah, no, it was last year. Yeah. So when that book came out, yeah, because Storm of Iron was start of the year. Not Storm of Iron. Damn it. That one. Iron and Shadow and Iron. Sorry, Shadow and Iron was in February. Riser was middle of the year, and then Crucible of Retribution was sort of November time. So yeah, so when Riser came out, I just before it came out, sorry, I was working on doing a sort of a Black Shield force, which was actually the ones I showed you last week, that little sort of example that I'd done for a Black Shield. That's what I sort of done then. And then they released the artwork for some of the Riser Legios and Audax. Once I saw that Warlord, Gellaroo, and I saw the colours, and I just thought, oh no, that's the one I want to do now. That's it. And so I kicked out the project to do the Black Shield, Legio, and went and done Audax, and literally just run through it quite quickly. And yeah, it was literally about 2 months, I think, it took me to do what I did with the Audax. But it was 5 Warhounds, 1 Warlord, Warbringer, and 3 Reavers. So it was actually less than that. It was probably just over a month. month and a bit. But yeah, I absolutely loved their scheme. And then obviously I read up about them when Riser came out, and I thought, oh yeah, these are definitely cool. So I had to do it in the end. In the Legio books, where you get the added background for them, they're even like sound even more hardcore badass. So it's all win. Right, coffee is a drunken Duncan. Just spotted something that's needed doing, so do that quickly before. So because I'm doing not rushing through with painting as much as I used to, I'm actually finding that I'm not only like enjoying taking my time, but getting a lot more tidier. He says. He says as he goes over the trim. But yes, it's all good. So that's that, right? Stop it. Right, so there. Right, we've got to do white on this guy. So let's find correct white wherever I placed it. That's right there, handily enough. Correct white. Why do you do this? I really wish I'd like a power shaker or something. I should get those little ball bearings to put into the pots. I don't know about you guys, but with these Corex white, even the old ceramite white, it just dries out. It's like rotten. So you don't get to sort of utilise it as much as you would like, which is a damn shame. It says that. Let's put it over here. I actually bought myself some brush soap as well and give that a go. So did actually done quite well with the old brush soap. Oh, bugger. Put that down there. Yeah, the amount of I don't really use much other white paints full stop nowadays. It's generally just Corex. He says checking the name of the bottle. Watching where I'm going. Right. As I've seen before when I'm doing Corax White and that, like on the Fortidus Warbringer last week. So once you got that down, it doesn't really matter if it's all nice, flat, tidy or whatever, because we're going to be going over that with Agrax anyway. So I'm then picking it out afterwards. Just getting some colour onto the plates into the appropriate areas for that time when we actually do it. Tease that. Screw you, Joe. That's it. Sort of wasting a bit of plastic or whatever just sitting in on the face. There with the gold. And so I've said it loads of times, you don't have to be pin perfect, neat and tidy with these, because obviously I'm going over with the aircraft that's going to hide a lot of sins anyway, and then you just go over again with a layer of the colour that you've just painted over. So alright. Right. So that's that taken care of. Indeed, resupply. It says almost shook, almost shook a can like it was a paint pot. That would have been messy. Right. It looks like I'm going to have to get some resupplies of Agrax very soon, because I just realised I'm down to the last lock-ins. Which isn't a lot, so that's not good at all. Not red. How's that? Especially when we've got bases to do as well, it's not going to be enough unless I water it down. So yes, so this is almost a crisis moment. It's fine. Probably have another one somewhere, he says. Hopefully. But who knows? Nobody really knows. Okay. Double check. I'll say this is my bag of many old brushes. Strangely enough, I can't find where stipling brushes are. It's a selection of old brushes that I've used as stipling brushes. Which, to be fair, does the same thing at the end of the day. Alright. Let's run another one. That was maybe no last week. Luckily you found a bottle. Yeah, well, I've got none. Just got no other. Oh, poop. Oh. Okay. Lean on it again. Yeah, we're going with a fist on. So there's no real proper sort of way to go about it. It's just because it's such a random thing at the end of the day. So just go random as much as possible. Just mix it up. So I'll go back to that because I'll use a smaller brush to get into the tighter areas. So just getting a little bit of the paint at a time, scraping it off a little bit. And stabbing it. Stabbing it into position where you want it. I've only done the brush soap on one so far, but yeah, it did sort of help revitalise. I was actually going to use some experiment with some biostrip as well. I've done that in the past to make it work, but yeah, yeah, it did do quite a bit to sort of revitalise one brush that I was playing about with yesterday. So yes, it has potential. It's obviously just getting used to how to use it, I guess. So just getting these bits of the fist on board, because after we go over with the agrax, we will also yesterday. I'll go back to that. We'll go over it with some like Evil Sun Scarlet, just to give a little bit more definition to the actual randomness, because it is just a random pattern. Is that what we're doing here? So to try and get that on there. But yeah, no, the brush soap, it was quite an interesting sort of, because I was a little bit scared with it, because I thought, oh, I don't want to do this, I don't want to get that over that, but then you just literally just got some onto my fingers and then was coating it across the actual brush and like massaging it into the bristles. I'll tell you what, that brush has never felt as good after I'd masseused it. But yeah, it was good. Yeah, I think it's definitely worth it. And once I get used to actually using it properly, I'll probably get more appreciation out of it for what he actually does. And yeah, I might be able to sort of revitalise a few brushes that were near death, to say the least. So, but yeah, the black really does sit there, and then the red just pops. So yeah, there's no two ways about it. I'm obviously making a right old mess here, but a little bit of trim work never hurt anyone, he says. I feel you are best off using brush soap on your brushes each time when you're finished painting with them. End of the session before the pigment has time to harden up and fill all the bristles. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, obviously I do have quite a few brushes, but it did make quite a nice difference to the brush that I used it on. Was still a relatively new brush, but because I've been using it so much, it did sort of just like give it a new lease of life, to be fair. So yeah, it's definitely something that it's like with anything new, you're a little bit wary to start with. You think, well, I've not used brush soap all these years so far, but now I have an appreciation for it, and I might be able to get more out of my brushes if I, like with anything, any tools of the trade, if you look after your tools, they will look after you. So yes, I shall be endeavouring to, sorry, I'm budging the camera there quite a lot, positioning. So yeah, so I was literally going to say experiment with the bio strip, let them soak, brush them about a bit, see how that works out. But yeah, so it's first time of using it. Yeah, I like it. It's good. It's good stuff. Don't get me started if there's like many different brands out there, because then that's just going to confuse the hell out of me. I'll just stick with what I know first and then just go from there, really. Brush, 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 brush. So Now swapping brush for a smaller variant, it says, because of the tighter angles you've got around the back here. And I've just noticed I forgot those shin bits. But it doesn't matter because we've got to use a small brush. That's what it's here for. Oh. Yeah, my you didn't need a smaller brush. Find a smaller brush now to get into those hard to reach areas. Oh, good gift. Got one out already. That was very cheeky of me. Get that into position. Just that one left to do. There are a ton of different brands. I've tried 3, don't notice much difference, to be honest. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm assuming they're all going to be much of a likeness. Is obviously just how much you get in a pot and how much they charge, really, isn't it? I can't even tell you which one I got. It was just one I picked up off of Amazon because it was quick delivery, and yeah, so I just went with that, and so cleaned up. Brush alright, actually. Compared to what it was like, yes, it was a lot better after giving it a good old brush. So yeah, alright. Just double check, try and get a little bit in there if possible. Best you can. Alright, so as long as you can get basically the rough pattern that you want to go for. Ah, toes, bloody toes! then that's fine. So when we move on to the next phase, again, get these toes done, paint pink. It's not so important on the toes, he says. Well, it is important on the toes, but it's just, you're not going to get too much sort of notice. People are not really going to be looking at the toes. They're going to be looking everywhere else. So, clean the brush, dry the brush, move the brush, get it on there. Yeah, so I've been watching on the old YouTube recently, clips from Battlestar Galactica, the old reboot one, and getting the urge to actually watch it all again. But it's been a good few years since I watched it, and you know, like when you watch something, you go, "Well, I don't actually remember that." Obviously, like the major moments you sort of remember, but you know, other little bits I think, oh, totally forgot that actually happened, and wondering how we got to that particular place on that trip. So yeah, I was thinking about actually maybe rewatching it, because it was a damn fine show. I know it went a little bit, like a lot of shows, it went a little bit off to what most people were expecting, but it was always going to be a hard thing to finish off, because compared to the original series, because obviously they done the original one and then went on to Galactica 80 when they found Earth, and stuff, which was a little bit, it was all right, but it weren't great, if you know what I mean. So how they finished it in the reboot was actually, I didn't actually mind that at all, really, because you only had two. Oh, hello, Glacial. Has your speed picked up with your painting? Welcome once again. Right, these guys with limited agrax, he says. Yes. So I'm just wondering. Right, let's see what I can get done with this agrax. So, damn it. Yeah, because normally when I do the agrax part of things, I normally have them stuck into place. So they are there, because that's got to be covered in agrax as well. Yeah, no, Saturday night, beer time. But yeah, so now I just realised that I didn't bring my super glue and stuff into here. So, right, okay, I'm going to have to just bear with me for 1 minute. I'm just going to go back inside and grab super glue and my basing stuff and just see if I've got any more agrax, because this is going to really hamper the entire plan, because I thought I had more. So just give me 1 minute and a bit, maybe. I'll be right back. So just talk amongst yourselves. I'll be straight back. Ha ha ha! Glory be! Basing stuff and agrax. the sacred agrax. Because that would have been really, really bad. All right, Felix. Yeah. I honestly didn't realise that these were so empty. That one, not so empty. So, yes. And as I say, because I have my certain ways of doing things, it makes it harder for myself if I don't do them the way they should be done. And that's never good. Because that's pain in the posterior. So, no, that one. Right, so we're going to go with the dry brushing on here to get them sort of out of the way and ready. And I'm not mucking about, I'm just going with a big flat brush that I just picked up, first brush I picked up. Maybe a bit too much on that, try some more off. Circular motions. Make sure to cover those surfaces and the edge. I do like dry brushing the edge. It just works for me. And dry brushing over here. I'm dry brushing everything on here because it works. What I tend to do is after we've done the agrax part of things, I'll do extra dry brushing of other colours, like on the buildings, just to differentiate them a bit more from the rest of the floor. Yeah, so giving a little dry brush helps once the agrax goes into place to give it a little bit more, I'm going to say, depth and shadow, which, you know, for something that's so simple, being so easy to do, you know, it's a godsend, honestly, you know. You find it greatly amusing. Well, that's what it's all about, mate. Just having a laugh. We're all hobbying or chilling or whatever we're all doing tonight. It's all appreciated to have you here with us and joining in and just having a good time. So I hope your all your weeks, everything that you've been doing, you've been safe, you've been doing what you need to do to survive in this world of craziness and lurgy. Been listening to podcasts. Eye of Horus podcast is actually quite funny. If you do listen to it, just to forewarn, they use a lot of swearing. It's an Australian setup, and but they are really quite actually. They are fun. They are quite insightful with the game. Well, all games really. They like a bit of heresy. The latest episode is dealing quite a lot with the heresy side of things down in Australia. But yeah, they've got a good following and lots of people sort of emailing to share their stories of their little hobby clubs and what have you. But yeah, it's it's normally like an hour and a half, 2 hours sometimes, with their podcasts, with their various co-hosts and stuff. So it's definitely worth a listen to if you want that sort of thing. Because as I say, I normally, with my work, because I do a lot of driving to and from work, I used to listen to a lot of audiobooks, but I'm running low on audiobooks to listen to. I've got quite a lot in my collection. I've been doing it for several years now. But I've been hitting the old podcast. So God Engine Cast I listen to quite regularly. Martin Emery with that. As I said, I've just gotten into the Eye of Horus podcast. Road to Terror is another one. That's got some, that's Greg who does that. It's quite a good little listen to. And friends of mine, which is non-Games Workshop related, but it started off my friend Scott and one of his old buddies, Paul, for their love of Star Wars, they started a podcast called It's a Chat, which obviously they were going through all the films one by one and other bits and pieces and basically chatting about like we do here in a way, sort of when we're chatting about hobby and stuff. But yeah, they're quite a good little podcast. Sort of. But recently they've actually gone on to doing Lord of the Rings. So they've been doing the extended version. So basically they do 2 podcasts per film, basically, because there's so much to get in there. But I've actually quite enjoyed listening to them. They're really good. I'm not being biased. I'm just being honest, sort of thing, because I do like Lord of the Rings. It's one of the few fantasy genre things I actually do like. But I don't know. To be honest, I do like most fantasy. Tabletop gaming, wargaming, not so much. I just love Titans too much, or tanks and Space Marines and Eldari and Tau, battlesuits, all that jazz. You know, plasma decimators. You know, I don't know what it is, but we know it's going to be good. But yeah, there's always a place for like sort of hobby and fantasy roleplay games and stuff. But yeah, okay, I play D&D. I admit that. But yeah, say as a war game, it's not my cup of tea, so to speak. But yeah, what we've got here. Oh, hello, Scott, Artist Empire. Hello, mate. Thank you for dropping by. If you don't already know, Artist Empire, White Dwarf 465 has like a 6-page spread of his work, which is most awesome. And I co-host on his show on a Wednesday, which is one of my other highlights of the week. So it's hanging out with people on Saturdays with a hobby, and hanging out with Scott on Wednesdays to watch him do awesome paint overs, whilst I talk about June and answer questions and stuff, which is hilarious and fun. Although we did have to cut short last week because my friend Phil turned up and the internet crashed. Scott said it was at his end that the internet went a bit weird. I'm blaming Phil. I'm blaming his dog Ted, who's my nemesis, or one of my nemesis, who's this beagle dog. It's sickeningly cute, but he just barks at me all the time. So it's like, no, that's it. You've had your chance. I've tried to be friendly with you. You just bark at me. Maximal Fight. Yeah, I haven't actually got onto that yet. Some of the guys who do that, I know sort of via AT. Like I know their work and stuff. I don't know them, but I know of them. But I haven't, as I said, I've literally in the last sort of month really only started religiously listening to podcasts to and from work. So yeah, that's one I'm definitely going to be after trying out as well, because obviously it's AT related and we all love AT stuff. Although you are partial to anthropomorphic miniatures, that is true. Yes. The Oathsworn miniatures I liked, and elves with fish is hilarious. Greatest thing ever. 100% Phil's fault. In cahoots with Ted, the mastermind. See, Felix, exactly. I've been saying this for ages. Ted is definitely up to something. That Ted. Hey, Toffee Troll. Hello, dude. Are you hobbying tonight? Are you creating some orky magic? I hope it's not involving converting titans into some sort of orc battle wagon. That'll break my heart. I'll feel like Felix does whenever I show this guy. Every time I do this, Felix gets really upset. I don't know why. He's just really, really sad, and like he tells me all the time. Sorry, Felix. I'm a bad man tonight. I'm sorry. Felix, what do you mean there are other things than titans? Toffee. See, now I think Toffee Troll is definitely trying to get into sort of nemesis territory by deliberately making titans and knights into orc vehicles. Admittedly, they look awesome. Really great conversion work, and so you've he's such a great sort of like his knight he first showed me was like, wow, that is really cool, but he did leave me crying inside. Sorry. Oh, sorry, Felix. You don't have to go cry in the corner. I saw some Warhounds and thought it might be better with some Dakar. Yeah, no. It's like Warhounds with like so many weapons, like guns coming out everywhere. There's only so much space on these things. There's not a lot of room to actually put multiple weapon systems, but I'm sure if there is a way, you will find it and you will do it. Right. Glue, 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 glue. Right. So, as you can see with this guy, he's stepping over... sorry. He's stepping over the flame cannon of the Warhammer Inferno gun, sorry, of here. So that's all groovy. So what I will do is, this is how I stick these little buggers into position. Just want to double check something quickly, sorry. Yeah, because he's only going to be staying on by 1 foot, because he's dangerous like that. So this is where we get the bicarbonate of soda. Dr. Uka, advertisement there. Sorry. There are other brands, but this is the one I use because it was the only one they had in the shop. So, use my hobby knife as a spatula. So, in position here, get the super glue into place there. So it's only standing by its 3 toes. So we'll get that like so out. Right, so as it's standing there, I'm just trying to spill some of the stuff over. So bicarb of soda. Because as soon as this hits the super glue, it sets. So it's like an activator in some respects. It warms up, you will actually feel like the chemical reaction going off. But that is basically solid. That is locked solid. Just get a little bit more, you see, just underneath this foot. Just to get that on there, just to fill that gap. Then Yeah, so that's in position. So I was going through that, trying to gain speed. So I angled its ankle a little bit, so it's sort of as if it's turning at pace. You know, like a footballer or a soccer player, as some of you might know. But yeah, that's what I was trying to do with that. And actually, seeing as that's down there now, I'm going to slip a little bit here, so the toe that is touching, because again, that's going to rock solid set. So he just drops it, but that is solid. So that's not moving anywhere anytime soon. That's one. Ooh. Where's my my little broom? Let's brush that over there. See? Reuse and use. You want to bet? Do you ever think we'll see Xenos in AT? Right. Possibly, but I wouldn't imagine anytime soon. It's weird because obviously, like with Aeronautica Imperialis, they've already got Xenos going off in that. If we're going to sort of see later down the line, like Space Marine type game, you know, where it's like mass battles, Titans, small tanks, infantry on stands, and all that sort of jazz, and planes. So the planes are the right scale. So we've got like Imperial craft are already done. As far as I'm aware, I think all the Imperial fighters that were in the Heresy and 40k are about. So apart from maybe like Thunderhawk transporters, but then that might come out as a thing. Who knows? So once that's all out, and this game has been playing for a good few years because it's doing well as a game, people enjoy it. There's still obviously the whole sort of like heresy thing going on. So whilst that's still going, that's still going to sort of like, they're going to, you know, they're a business, they're a company, they're there to earn money. They're going to sort of milk it, put it a finer point. So I'd say we'd probably be a good couple of years away at least before anything like that would start to turn up, because as I said, we haven't even got like Space Marine style games, because that would be the natural point to introduce sort of Xenos like they did way back when, back in the early days. So play this game while it's still playable, because as it is still balanced, it still works. Obviously with this we're going to start seeing like chaos, corrupted Titans and Knights, because they've been mentioning it for the last sort of 2-3 books. So you know, we know that we're going to be getting them. So when the traitor traitor Legio's book comes out, I'm sure that there'll be rules for corrupted Titans and stuff, or it might even be because obviously in the last one we had all like the little upgrade stuff that Loyalist Titans can have. They've got to do something similar for the things for them, unless they've got another book which is like purely sort of chaosified. That would be cool. Yeah, like another sort of, or would it be like, I don't know, because the whole thing about you know, Chaos Knights and Titans was they were sort of a gradual influx. There weren't a lot seen until the latter stages of the Heresy. So like The earliest one was just after the Calf atrocity, which was just like, you know, some corrupted, possessed titans at I think it was Astragar, I think, against Lucretius Corvo. But the latter ones were in Titan Death, where we saw like the Bane Lords type Titan come into being, like proper corrupted Titans. But as I said, now, like Mortis, there are definitely corrupted Titans running around. So yeah, so unless they're going to do like another campaign book, like the early stages of Siege of Terror, or like Paramar, because that was another sort of big Titan engagement. Tancred, I think there was also, like there were, throughout the old history of the Horus Heresy, there was quite a few instances of battle. So yeah, to answer the question again, yeah, I can't see Xenos turning up for a while yet. So once we start getting, like, say, like Space Marine or Battlefleet Gothic showing its face again, then we might start to see those sort of things turn up eventually, because they want to have that continual growth, and there'll be lots and lots of players, existing and new, that would want to get in on Orcs and Elder Titans. Like, I like Elder Titans. When the old Epic Space Marine and that was about, I had like 6 Phantom Titans and a Warlock Titan. I just absolutely loved their Titans. They were just, and because they were quite big as well. With you know, the old Space Marine Eldar stuff, that was a really interesting little ship. I still prefer, as I said before, the old Falcon from Epic years. I think that was, I just loved that shape. And the old pop-up attacks was such a great little thing, because it just reminded me of like attack helicopters. So I loved it. Because who doesn't like the start of Ted, the film Ted, with Mark Wahlberg and Seth MacFarlane, you know, about an Apache attack helicopter being the thing that most people would want and stuff. I can't remember it, but it was hilarious, especially when you've got Sir Patrick Stewart narrating it at the start of the film. Yes, so that's it. But yeah, I'm sure that once Xenos turn up, there'll be lots of people ganging up to play Adeptus Titanicus and Epic once again. But will they bring it out? More than likely. When they bring it out, though, is, you know, it's taken a long while to get to where we are now, sort of thing. Like, you know, in the sort of 4 years that, well, 4.5 years, is it, with the old Specialist games? Maybe even 5 years. The Specialist games has been around. They've been working on everything. We've had Necromunda, and Necromunda is going from strength to strength to strength. Obviously, Blood Bowl, which has done really well, very popular game. Aeronautica Imperialis, Adeptus Titanicus. So, you know, you've still got things like, you know, Man of War, which was back then a popular game, and Battlefleet Gothic, which was back then a popular game. I would say Battlefleet Gothic was more popular than Aeronautica by a long way. Because who doesn't like giant spaceships battling in the voids? Horses and elders were around. I was just wondering if we'd ever see them. That's what I was thinking about. It's more modern 40k. Can't wait for them to be on. No, say we should be sorted for the next sort of 10 years, mate. Easily. You know, it's just we just got to be patient. They can only do so much at a time. And you say Games Workshop aren't going away anywhere anytime soon. So we will get them. It's just got to bide our time, unfortunately. How do I do the red plating on this? So obviously let's see. So yeah, so basically it's stippling. Always say on both. So with a sort of stippling brush, a little bit of Mephiston red, I've just stabbed it repeatedly over various parts onto the next phase, which is to wash over the model, which will tone it down with Agrax, because you've got to do the entirety of the model and the base. And then once that's done, you can tidy up the details, obviously clean up all the mess that I've made, and re-stipple with some Wild Rider Red. There is obviously a video in on the YouTube page with Audax scheme. So again, it's in like a 5-minute video, just seeing me doing it in live. Well, it weren't live; it was live at the time. But you know what I mean. But yes, I got some pretty big fleets for the original BFG. Got to finish painting some of them up. Titans first, totally. Hello, MZ. Welcome back again. We've had quite a few people jumping in, jumping out because of obviously having to work or having to nip out to the shops and stuff. We've currently got one guy, G Stealer, who's off getting some barbecue stuff for Father's Day tomorrow. So it's like some pork ribs and brisket. Artist Empire himself, Scott was about, but I think he had to go out for a pizza. I think he was doing a pizza. Oh, Tom's out there somewhere. So Tom, I missed you. Yeah, so Artist Empire's out. So yes, so it doesn't matter. You've popped back in, and you're always welcome. So hello. Right, what was I doing? I was painting. What was I painting? I was doing Agrax time. Yes, that was it. So again, this is a very old brush. You can see where, yeah, this. I don't think soap's going to help this, but I like this when I'm using washes. So it's like a glorified shade brush. So let's get shading. So with Agrax, doesn't hurt it one bit. Just to go over, because obviously I need to go over all the metallics anyway, like for the superstructure with all this. So yeah, I'm definitely going to have to get some more Agrax for myself, because last pot that I found, I might even have some more somewhere, but on the off chance I haven't, I need to do a shopping run or an order. Whatever's going to be quickest, really. so I can get those supplies in, because Agrax I need. So it is the main wash of all my work. Did I miss Scott? Yes, but he will be back, Toffee Troll. He just popped in to say hi, and he was just going to go get pizza. So he's going to pop back well, after he's got his pizza. Oh, you've got BFG as well, David? Yeah, it was one of my mass extinctions of hobby. I had some BFG back in the day, and I gave it all away when I sort of stopped hobbying in the sort of mid-90s. But yeah, so obviously if BFG comes back as and when, I'll probably, well, I'm looking forward to that. If they're going to do the whole AT treatment, that you're going to get new ships remodeled and all that sort of stuff, definitely up for some of that, because they're going to look cool as heck. But yeah, no, even the old ships, I always remember, like in the early sort of releases of Battlefleet Gothic, when you had Space Fleet. Do you remember that, David? It was like a little one-off like intro box game, which cost like, I don't even, it cost about a tenner. But you got like an Eldar Wraith ship, and you got a Gothic class cruiser, which was the one that was sort of trident. If you looked down, it was like a trident shape. I really liked those ones, but obviously they brought out the later ships, which they're all right. I just really liked that Gothic class one. Thought it looked cool. But yeah, so definitely be up for some of that. Who doesn't like giant spaceships fighting it out in orbit of planets and dying? Nice. Which fleets? Yes, which fleets, David? Agrax is, yes, Agrax is precious. All Agrax and Null. I know, obviously, those are the two that most people use and are the ones that most people spill. But yeah, no, Agrax for me is the one and only. Really, that's why I've got like several. Normally have several pots, but obviously I haven't stockpiled because I didn't realise I was getting so low. But luckily we found one. I'll have to go through my paints. I don't have a traditional. Well, I don't really have a sort of like hobby. Well, I do actually. Well, I'm painting at the kitchen table at present, but you know, like people have like hobby rooms and all that. It's not really a sort of a proper hobby room, so I don't have vast tracts of paints on arrayed out before me to use and choose. So they're kept in sort of cases, hobby cases and that, and then I get them out when I need to. Although a lot of the stuff is, you know, out and ready for when I get the chance to actually hobby. As I say, it's going to be a bit, this next week, it's going to be very, very lax on the hobbying side of things. Unless I get lucky somewhere. I wonder if we can use our old BFG models in the new version. Possibly, but I say until, if they're going to do the AT treatment and rescale them, I don't know. You're gonna see these ships, and then you're gonna see the new ones, and just go, "Oh, I want those ones." Because that's the thing. Like, you know, if you compared this Warhound to the original Warhound, it's like nothing compares. This is so much better, better looking all round. So, and it's going to be the same with the new ships. Again, this is just all speculation. This is nothing. We have no concrete evidence of BFG. I'm just going on the fact that they've released all these other games. So I would assume that, as I said, they would do the same. They would release some more stuff. I have original Blood Bowl and Death Zone 2, the original Necromunda, and a new one. Cool. Probably not. They'll have new. Yeah, Null Gloss is the best. You can believe that. That's your choice, and I'll respect that choice. But it's Agrax. Warhammer Quest. Wasn't somebody redoing Warhammer Quest? Didn't they re-release that as like a special sort of Fandango or something? They did, didn't they? I'm sure they did. Or was that just a Kickstarter? As I say, I don't, with like the fantasy side of things, I don't really keep up to it because I don't really play it. So, yeah. Right. So you may have noticed I went over the white with Agrax direct, undiluted, but then I just zipped a brush into the water and added some water to it just to weaken it a little bit. Because full Agrax on the dark colours is not a problem. Full Agrax on the whites, however, can really sort of make it harder for you when you're trying to lighten them up again. So just adding a little bit of water just so it runs off, and it sort of cleans it off a bit as well, but it does leave you with a really nice effect. So same again here. So it runs off a little bit. Going to soak it up. So I must keep focused. Sorry. Agrax gloss. Yeah, Agrax. No, no. Funnily enough, I did used to initially in my Titans. I did use Agrax gloss, but then obviously when you varnish them, because I use matte varnish, it loses it anyway. So there's no point in using Agrax gloss. So just got rid of it. Well, used it and still probably got some of that somewhere in one of my other storage boxes. You know, the ones where you buy paints that you never use, that storage box. So yeah, it's out there somewhere. But yeah, it's no point using gloss Agrax because you're not going to see it. Wasn't that Hero Crest? Yeah, it probably was. Now, Silver Tower was something different. It was definitely Warhammer Quest. That's probably it, David. That's what I'm probably thinking of. Because I knew there was something thrown out with Warhammer Quest or anything like that. So yeah, as I said, those sort of games I'm not 100% on because I don't play them, so I don't really pay much. I don't pay attention to them because I don't collect them. So it's sort of pretty ignorant, I suppose, in that respect. But I say I've got friends that all collect those sort of games and they have fun with them, and that's all that matters at the end of the day, isn't it? That we all have fun. And I say some of these models as well, it's like the whole thing about like Curse City. You know, when that came out and I saw the reveals for them, I thought, oh, there's really cool models. But I think that generally we all get those things for the cool models. The amount of people that were saying about using one of those characters as an Inquisitor, the one with that looks like Tom Baker from Doctor Who, with the long rifle. You know, that was conversion fodder from the moment they released it. That's Timmy, the dog. It's a Tibetan Spaniel. So, yes, barking away as he does. But yeah, it's half the thing with these kits that they bring out. Box games, people are just don't really, you know, yeah, some will play the games, which is, you know, the whole point of them, and they are fun little games to play as well. You know, like the old Black Star Fortress or whatever it's called, Blackstone Fortress. You know, that's had a couple of additions and expansions to it, and people have really enjoyed it, and the models they've enjoyed painting. So, right, how flexible are the joints? Right, Warhounds, the legs are in one set, so the only sort of flexibility you get is with your foot positioning, because it's a ball joint, so you can sort of tip forward or whatever, or like you can see here where I've basically given it a little stand bit, so it alters how it will stand ordinarily. So if I find, right, so don't worry Felix, so like this one here is a pretty standard pose. So it just goes down, flat foot, heel one for a foot that's trailing, that's about to lift up and make a step. So that's a pretty standard pose there. And the other one is sort of mirrored to that. But what you can do is play about with the legs. So instead of having the legs in those positions, because they've got these bits here, there's a little nub on the hip where these go into. So if you put that leg on that side, for example, it's going to sit in differently. So that's how you get the sort of like running poses, by swapping the legs around and changing the feet, like you do with that one. So that's not not a standard pose. They're all pretty like standy like that, but the other one is sort of mirrored. But yeah, it's just these little bits here will go into different parts on the hip joint, and then you can just get that sense of momentum. If they're tipped forward a little bit, it doesn't hurt at all. Or like I did with that, I just positioned a bit of scenery for it to stand on, so it alters its stance. So it just stands nicely. You mentioned varnish. Any tips as I made a stage with the two Warhounds? Right. Me personally, I use spray varnish. I actually use Humbro spray varnish. I will always start off, once I've got all the paints and all that sorted out and it's all done, give it a gloss varnish, because then it's decal time. So then adding, as a gloss varnish, it helps hide the what do you call it? Because you know, like with decals, you get that shine sometimes. So if you go with a gloss varnish base and then decal, so the gloss varnish will basically smooth everything out for you, and then when you apply the decals, obviously using like micro set and micro sol, or some other sort of decal solutions, it's just that I use those two and they really work. So you get obviously micro sol, for those that don't know, setting solution for decals, softens decal to conform to irregular surfaces for a painted on look. So I'll dip the decal into water, and then with a brush I'll just dip a little bit over the decal for like 30 seconds or so, or a minute, until it's manoeuvrable on the sheet, and then I'll put micro set, which is the blue one, which set in solution for decal, softens decal to improve adhesion, decal remover. So you put some of that onto the surface that you're going to put the decal onto, and put that on, let it sort of settle, position with I use either like a pin or tip of a hobby knife. So you position it, make sure you've got plenty of marker set on there so it helps you to move it, and then just let it sort of just dry basically, and then with after several minutes, this is how I do it. So there's plenty of different ways. I'll get a little square of kitchen towel, and say it must be kitchen towel, not toilet tissue, because it's more fibrous. So with a good kitchen towel, cut out a little square, fold it over, so you've got a little, about that size square. Dip it in water, drain out most of the moisture from it, and then you use that to push down on top of the decal to sort of flatten it out basically. So once that's done, it will also soak up some of the excess microset anyway. But once you do it properly and you don't muck about, just firmly straight on top, as straight as possible, to flatten it out. And then you might want to add, if it's not quite sitting or blending in or looking painted on that much, then you might need to do a couple of other coats of microsol to help soften it up. Now microsol is a lot harsher than microset, so you can use microset to do the same job. Microsol would be quicker, but you've got to react to it quicker, and you're probably more likely to ruin a decal if you're going too fast. So yeah, just basically rinse and repeat. A little bit of microsol, let it sort of settle for a few minutes, and then again push down with a damp tissue, kitchen towel. And then once that's all done, as I said, once it's sort of to your liking, it will basically, because of the gloss varnish, you won't notice the shininess on the decal, and hopefully the microsol would have helped sort of tone it down a little bit. But then I will go over that once I've done all the decals I want to do with Umbro matte varnish spray, and then that's all good. And it obviously protects the decal and gives you a nice matte tone, because I don't like them to be too shiny, sort of thing. You could use a satin finish, so it's a bit better, best both worlds, a little bit of sheen, but I do generally prefer a matte. And another thing you can do after that as well is just go over the actual decal itself. If there is a little bit of sheen, now you can either use Larium Medium to help sort of take off the sheen, or what I'd learned from Mark Bedford at one of the weekenders, he uses a mixture of Nuln Oil and Agrax together, sort of thing, and just gives it a brush over, light brush over, and that again does the same thing. But yes, so here's a drink, give it a dry throat. Yeah, you could nip off the nub off, but yeah, I keep them on there because it just makes it easier. You could just cut a little bit off the sides of the nub because it just keeps the position laterally. But yes, as Felix says, it is just one piece leg, basically. You add some of the like the leg greave, and the thigh armour is added to it, and that's separate. So you can reposition the ankle and the hip without too much knifing. Yes. Great tips for future projects. Always happy to help. Between us all here, a few of us have painted and built lots of Titans, so there's lots of people who have opinions and little cheats to help. Glacial. I also gloss over the decal. It tends to hide the edge around it. Yeah, exactly. So, so you do gloss, decal, then gloss again. Is that what you're saying, Glacial? I always forget what you use first, Marcus and Marcus Soul. Yeah, I used to do the same thing, Henning. So you're not alone there, buddy. But yeah, what I do now is definitely, I see, water the decal. I'm just going to close the Agrax because I'm staring at it and I don't want to knock it over. Yeah, so water the decal first, then I'll give it a little bit over with a brush with the Marcus Soul, and then as it's movable on the sheet, I'll put a little bit of Marcus Set onto the target area to help sort of slide it around into position and to help set it. And then, as I say, just let that get into position, let it dry a bit, and then press down with the kitchen towel, because that helps also get any air bubbles out as well that might be hiding. And then, yeah, but yeah, as Glacial's just saying there, he does the double gloss varnish. So yeah, that will definitely help do that, and then you go over the mat. So see, many different methods that we've got options, and you say just find the one that works for you. Really, we're all hobbyists here. We've all got our own little techniques and ways about doing things. But yeah, it's just getting it done so you're happy with it at the end of the day. So it's still drying. So let's have another look. These dudes love phalanxy. So I was actually thinking with these, maybe just going over the metal again with Agrax. Really. So I don't want to get into a position where I'm going to start repainting them all, because you say you've got all these guys. I think you just need little bits of touching up here and there still, because, like, for the most part, I just love their helmet. I love the whole. It's quite horrifying. The fact when you see there's artwork where they've got basically in phalanxy, all you've got human parts of that is basically the brain, maybe the eyes, and the central nervous system. And it's quite horrifying. To be a phalanxy is actually quite nasty, because they are constantly not in a good way. They're quite sort of in a lot of pain, but then they get sort of pain relief when they do something good. So when they're actually fighting and they take out a target, they'll get like sort of stuff flushed through the system, so they feel and so it gets them killing and shooting and stuff more to let them keep feeling better, sort of thing. Incentivizing annihilation, basically. It sounds like his forum is something I will have to come back to. Do not cry, Lee, but I started to love Titans, but with an orky touch to it. No! Love to work with a Chaos Titan and the size of it. Yeah, I say, with Chaos Titans and that sort of thing, not a problem, because they exist. That's the thing. I do. I've mentioned before, I do like orcs. I just think they're crazy little critters, little green things. But it's just, I love Titans more, and just seeing them being turned into some sort of like hobby project for an orc mech boy somewhere. It's so upsetting. No, but to be fair, you do a rather good job with your orcifying of stuff. Doesn't mean I have to enjoy it. But no, it was a really good Imperial Knight that you converted over with all the DACA and everything. That's the thing, it's so obscenely loaded out with Super DACA and Ultra DACA, all the DACA. That you can't really bemoan it really. Yeah, no, I do have a hairdryer, but it's indoors, so I say I'm just going to turn, because I've got a fan here, so letting some airflow get over the actual Titan, so you've got some airflow coming out. That's going to help a little bit. Just cool them down, but yeah. Ooh, ouch in a sec. So this is, whilst we're waiting for bits to dry, I've got to do bits I've just noticed that I haven't done. So, like so, I do like to get agrax between the plate and the trim, because again, it just makes it stand out much better. And definitely with like lighter colours in particular, having that sort of little sort of line, so it's like dirt has accrued there, really does help with the whole sort of the weathering side of things. So you find that by doing it sort of like down and dirty, you do actually get quite a good sort of pre-weathering, if that's such a thing. Because you do not have to do much more to it to actually weather it. So you don't have to get involved with like doing like pigment and dusting them on, because you can actually get them with your washes. So just be, like I say, it just makes it stand out so much better. Hot. So it's drying out. But yeah, because I put a lot of the actual like shade onto the base, that always takes a bit of time. But yeah, normally I do have a little hairdryer by my side just to give it a blitz. Wow, that was a noisy click on the old closing the pot. That was quite a lot of, actually, because I've got the in front of me where it's got the volume and that, so I can sort of try and keep my voice on an even keel. But every now and again, when I get excited, it goes up into the red, and yeah, so that noise of clicking that close just went ping straight up onto the red scale. So let's get them out of the way. Anyway, thank you, Toffee, for your kind words about the Titans. So yeah, so let's get. So he's already looking at home with a claw, Ursus claw. So put him back on there. As I said, I'd run 2 mana pools, like in a big game, 2 mana pools of Warhounds, or 5 Warhounds each. Whether or not I would do, because they have their own mana pool thing, so quite unique in that respect. But with them, 2 mana pools, I could do one with the I can't remember the name of the actual mana pool they're called, but the other one is the like Lupercal in particular, although that has been sort of fact recently, so it's not as good as it was. Still decent maniple to have for Warhounds. But yeah, so it's having them running around with some knights just as a added support to make up the numbers is never going to be a bad thing. As the new guy, how is the chat? Only pointing at Lee, or we chatting together as well? Well, yeah, let's say the chat question's been asked. How is everyone? That's a question from Toffee Trump. But yeah, as I say, people do chat within the chat as well as chat at me, and I read and I answer and participate in the overall chat whilst I'm here. But yeah, you can have a chat with each other, ask questions. We're all decent people. Right. Actually, seeing a few bits I can actually just play about with whilst the it dries out a bit. Just do these little bits here. Now, right. I've still not figured out how to sort out focus on the camera. I think you can do like a fixed focus point, but no idea how to do that. So what I'm doing here is on the little hatch here. Now, normally, for those that don't know, these little hatches are where servitors sit. So gun servitors, or sometimes depends on the Legio. Like was in Titan Death, the book by Guy Haley. Warhounds, they actually have human gunners in these parts. So the servitors are done away with. So they have 5, well, I say 5 human crew. They have 5 Legio crew. So because in the cockpit you've got 2 moderati, so helmsman and steersman. Then you have the princeps, whose overall command to basically run things and manage the machine spirit. And there is actually a tech priest who sits in the engine area in the back here. So as I said, Legio Solaria will have 2 sort of gunner moderati sitting in these areas, and then you got the 3 in the head, and then tech priest in the back, looking after the machine spirit and the plasma coils of the reactor. That is his job. That's what he does. But yeah, it's quite different to have, because in the model, the actual like the 40k version of the Warhound, they do have on the internal detail servitors sitting in those little pods. So, but as I say, I don't know if it applies to all Legios. Mostly, probably not, because servitors are actually they can monotask. So a servitor that is tasked with firing guns is going to do exactly that when told to. And obviously everything within the Titans, they use the mind impulse unit, the MIUs. So they're connected to each other anyway at the speed of thought. So if Princeps thinks it, it happens. Sorry. So yeah, so I was just doing the heels. Hey G Steeler, welcome back. I hope you've got all your meaty products for Father's Day. Felix, sorry I'm not talking as much as normal, trying to finish up this batch for Titanicus Tuesday. That's a worthy cause, buddy, don't worry. And again, welcome back, G Steeler. Are we hobbying or just idling? Mainly a listener in the odd technical question. That's what it is. This is a hobby hangout. You know, it's just we're all hobbyists. We're all chilling out, doing our own little things. Some people listen, some people join in, some people try and watch me doing what I'm doing. If I'm actually holding the bloody thing properly for the camera, you know, I'm focusing on actually painting the bit I have to paint and forgetting to maneuver the actual camera into position. Or move the model into position so you can actually see what I'm actually doing, like there. Get that. But yeah, I'll say it's just a hangout because you know sometimes it's just nice to chat with people that are all in the same sort of hobby boat, so to speak, and just chill out on a Saturday. Well, Saturday evening for me and a few of us here, David. Obviously, afternoon for certain others. Possibly about, well, almost probably morning time, like, you know, midnight for others. So, oh, hello, Rob. Hello, buddy. Yeah, obviously, I think after the last week where Rob came on and was telling about his Atreus Porphyrion Knight, or Castus Tracius, and then he posted up the pictures of that the other day. Oh my god, how awesome was that thing? You actually made me like the model, you swine. Still not going to be buying it for a while though, because I've got other Titans to be dealing with. But yeah, you've done a really top-notch job on that, buddy, as I'd expected. So yeah, well done there, and yeah, I think it's done quite well in the popularity as well. So double win. Yeah, doesn't matter, mate. You're here, we're here, everyone's here, and it's all cool. I second that. I've got an airbrush and hairdryer going currently. Yeah, so even the fan, even though it's blowing cool air, it does have actually an effect on drying out the washes on the base. So yeah, and you've got Cerastus almost done now as well. Yeah, you are on a roll of such legendary proportions, buddy. So yeah, and I say I like what you've done with the your Procon Vi. Proper awesome. I say with my AT Knights, when I done my Procon Vi, they quickly became my favourite knights. I just loved them. I don't normally do black, but doing them, and I give the chassis quite a good sort of like dirtied up look as well. So I like the idea of them, being constantly in the field on campaign. So obviously, constantly riding out, fighting, rearming, riding back out, and all that. As I said, for some awesome night shenanigans. Mortis, either read or audio, is really, really good, and it has House Veroni in there, and it's really, really good little interaction. It's all good. Titan wise, it's excellent. I'm actually seriously thinking about just re-listening to it because I've really enjoyed it, especially because obviously Ignatum, badass, absolutely triumphantly magnificent. Everything on that. So yes. 2 sets of legs and some trim, and then this batch is done. Nice. Well, that's good going, buddy. I say, for the couple of hours you've been in here, you have been ploughing through those 7 Titans for Crucius. So well done, you. Impressive stuff. You keep it up. It's only 11 o'clock. Wow. Time has flown. Yeah, well, yeah. This is again one of my cheaties. So using brushes for stippling every time. Straightforward black base, and then Mephiston stippled onto the brush. So where got an old brush like that, sort of treat it like a dry brush. So a little bit of paint on there, dry it out, and then just stabbing motion. So it's just like the tips of the actual brush is actually hitting. And then what I did once I've done like the first lot, I've washed over it all with Agrax, everything over with Agrax, and then I'll give it another little stippling. So I'm going to do a little bit of Mephiston. I'm going to get some wild, was it wild? Evil Sun Scarlet, I think he says. I'll put that in there. Oh, yeah, put it in there. Yeah, so actually, scrap that. We'll just go with the blood red. Wild Rider red. Evil Sun's red. See, Toffee Trouble, we've got some orc action going on with the Titans. So at this page, I only want to do little bits because it's a different sort of colour. But it's just little dabbles. So like with the Solaria style that we do, it's the same but just using different colours basically. That's so that's the sort of one. So just patching it out to give it that sort of embry. Probably a better one, might be able to see a bit better. Because as you say, when you look at the book, it is a completely random sort of effect. So by doing the stippling, it gives you that same random effect. Well, that's the theory of it anyway. So I know one of my other friends, Lee, another Lee, he went with corn red, I think, and then went up with a bit of Mephiston, and then sort of blood red, I think, from there. But it's a very similar effect, whatever sort of colours you use on it, really. So you don't have to do the entire model, just random parts, just to give it that little extra highlighting. I told you I'd catch up on your engine numbers. I never doubted you. I've never doubted you. As I say, you're going through them great guns, mate. So I say I've just got to. So this is 97 and 98 that we're doing tonight. And yes, I am a bit messy there. But with Stippling, it doesn't matter too much, it says, because if you do overcook it with the red, guess what? You could go over it with the black and counter the messy stipplingness. Oh, yeah, I like that. Very effective. Thank you very much, Did. Approved. Thank you, Toffee Trop. I love stippling. I use metallics over black with a sponge from my house Vi. I cannot make edge highlights look good. I'm too impatient. I don't do edge highlights full stop. I can never get it sort of like perfectly straight, if you know what I mean. Like, you just want to get that nice subtle line, and I will either go splodge or not enough. So I sort of tend to avoid it. So I will do something I learned from. I was sort of doing it, but it was sort of verified and made cool by Sonic Sledgehammer on his YouTube. When I was doing Emperor's Spears Space Marines, I had a method that I'd figured out before they released all the cool stuff. So when Aaron was first mentioned writing an Emperor's Spears book, I painted up an Emperor's Spears. Oh, look, Emperor's Spears. And I was using that method initially, but then once I saw this video by Sonic Sledgehammer where he used obviously the same sort of colours that most people use, but he would put the main colour on, but then he would dry brush with a lighter colour. I think it was Ultron Grey, I think, from memory. And then so you dry brush, so you get the edge highlight from the dry brushing basically. But then you varnish it, and then you wash it with like a watered down Drakenhof Nightshade, and then that sort of does all the work for you. So like, you know, it does all the recesses basically just by painting over it. But it just quick and effective, and it worked. And after learning that, I stopped doing the method I was doing and just went with that method because it just looked how I wanted it to look and imagined it would look. So I was happy little bunny, basically. So yeah, watching YouTube has its bonuses. There's loads of really great hobbyists out there that do these little sort of tutorials and stuff, and it's always worth, even if it's something that you like for an army you don't collect. You know, if you've got something you think, oh, I like the look of that model, just watch them, because sometimes, you know, we might have a technique, or you might have a technique if you start doing YouTube as well. You know, the hobbyist presenting may have a technique that you didn't know of or hadn't really thought about, and then you go, oh, that'll come in useful somewhere, and you'll use it. So it's all added to your armory. Step at 99. Can't overtake the master. What? Thank you. Sleep well, one and all. My bed is calling. Night Glacial. Thank you for joining again, buddy. Hope your speed picks up with your painting. And yeah, until next time, and look forward to seeing you again. All right, take care, bud. Sweet dreams. Hobby cheats are the best. Yes, hobby cheats are definitely the best. Right, yes, we haven't decided, people. So Mr. Dead Titan here with the random hair. What are we thinking for Mr. Dead Titan? What Legio? No, it's not going to be Solaria, and no, it's not going to be Ignatum. So it has to really be a Legio, hopefully a Legio that I haven't done. On my loyalist, I'm very, very protective and superstitious. So that's why, you know, see, I've got like Astroman and a storeroom on sort of naughty traitors. So actually, I've got, what was it, Astroman, a storeroom, and Taurus, as far as I'm aware. So far, so all the A loyalists are on dead things. If anyone mentions Oberon, no. I'm not doing Oberon. As interesting, and to be honest, there's a guy who's done a Oberon War Master. He's actually part of the Eye of Horus podcast, and I'm sure some of you have seen that Tony the Tiger looking piece of badassery, because it is a really well painted model. Like those like shapes that they've got to deal with on Oberon's colour scheme is just, oh my god. But he's done such a great job with it. It really is. Michael, sorry, he's on Instagram. He's EOH Found Forge, I think, or Foundry. Oh, Rob, you are a beautiful, beautiful man. Yes, Gryphonicus, because I want to experiment with Gryphonicus's scheme. Now, this might be. I'm not saying I'm going to do Gryphonicus. Sorry, bit of a yawn there. I'm not saying I'm going to do Gryphonicus, but I want to do Gryphonicus. So, what greys we got with me? So I've got Celestra, and so Celestra. That's quite a light one, isn't it? And then Administratum. So I'm just checking out those, because I know the only sort of, I don't think I've got any decent dark greys apart from Mechanicus Standard. So I could go Mechanicus Standard and do some Stippling. Just see if I've got any other greys in my box of tricks. Because as I said, I don't bring all my paints out here. I'm only generally got a few paints. I say a few paints. I've got around about 30-40 paints in there. But it's paints that I would generally use in the processes of painting Titans. So, okay, all right. Let's have a look-see. So, Mechanicus Standard base. Let's go with that. Oh, Henning, I'm here. I'm in the room. Honestly. Oh. if anybody, Gryphonicus, are they gold trim? If anyone can have a look for us while I'm painting, that'd be much appreciated. So what I'm also going to do with the painting of this, with the Mechanica Standard, I'm going to be a bit sparse with painting on, because I don't mind a little bit of silver showing through. So it's like, you know, obviously it's been blown up, so it probably would be a little bit scratched, he says. Sorry, it's alright, Henning. I think the only way you can avoid having white dead titans on these bases is painting them up some ignite. Harsh. So yeah, I've been thinking about Gryphonicus quite a lot recently. Again, you know, it's not that I want to do another one, but I don't know. I've in battle, I have fought and walked alongside Gryphonicus on several occasions in my Titan career as a princeps, and whenever I've walked alongside Gryphonicus, we have won. So that says a lot. And so they did become sort of, with Codex Titanicus, which was like one of the first supplements for, one of the first supplements for Adeptus Titanicus, the original. They did become like the poster boys, because obviously it was Mortis and Ignatum was the first Titans to come out. I've seen painted, and there was like some random ones, and then they had some like Furians and the original Imperial Hunters sort of thing. But Gryphonicus did become like a real sort of poster boy. You know, I was actually in this very edition of White Dwarf. They have several. Actually, I'll show you, because I actually screenshotted it. Where has it gone? Where you gone? So, yeah, so in this very edition, with the War Griffins, with the Warlord there, and the Warhound. So again, the mottled colour scheme of the Legio Gryphonicus, the War Griffins. But yeah, so it was definitely a good choice there, Rob, because now it's a thank you. Oh, night Toffee Troll. Thank you for joining us again, and always fun. And I look forward to seeing your your converted Orky Titans. But yeah, cheers, man. Thank you for coming, and hopefully see you elsewhere across social media next week. Right. So yeah, so having like the metallic-y bits on showing through just gives it a more of a rougher edge. Now I'm just thinking, Alright, Celestra is not as light as Administration. Don't have any Dawnstone with me, so I can't use that. So, right. New brush for stippling. I don't want to use the one I've used for red already. Find some old brush. Old brush. Ooh. Pardon moi. Try that one. You still have your first edition codec though. Well, that's awesome in itself, mate. Yeah, no, I love like all the photographs that they sort of did back in the day, which you learn from going to sort of the events like the Weekender, Horus Heresy Weekenders and stuff, where you hear like Tony Cottrell was like telling stories about how they went around doing all the pictures. So it's like, you know, all the smoke was one guy blowing tobacco smoke from cigars. So they were just doing that to give the smoke effect. So those little sort of diorama sort of bits they had for like in Space Marine and Codex Titanicus and Adeptus Titanicus, they really sort of set the tone for those early games. And seeing that sort of thing really does inspire a hobbyist. Because I know, like with Andy Hoare, where I've been speaking to him before, with regards to sort of Titans and stuff in the past, that one of the pictures that they did in there, where you have Legio Furians like Titans standing alongside a like a dropship, and you had the Emperor's Children convoy of tanks and troops coming out, which, when you look at it, the tanks are sort of a charcoal black colour, because in the latter part of the heresy they didn't have the purple paint, so they just basically just went with sort of slatey grey, charcoal grey. And that came about because you see, like in some of the black books, you do see that they had black as well. Oh, Celestra Grey, what are you doing, you naughty, naughty paint pot? Just knocked it over, but no paint was spilled. You can see, yeah. So again, just stippling. You mean his black vehicles? Do you not know I've got like almost 15,000 points of Horus Heresy Emperor's Children? And all my tanks are black. So, yes. Yeah, you got the black tanks, I got the black tanks. Because, say, where I used to play against Andy at Horus Heresy Weekenders, we do have like meet up and have a game. And he had black tanks, and I thought, hey, they look really cool like that. I said, well, this is how they were like, sort of thing. So, I don't have any purple tanks. I might have little bits of purple on the tanks in places, but yeah. Sorry, I'm just focusing a little bit on this bloody Stippling. Knew it. One of the custom vehicle fronts was a Land Rover back end. Once you've seen it, you can. Yeah. Well, the in that picture I was talking about with the dropship, that dropship was like a little electronic toy that you used to get from, remember Tandy? And I had one. It basically, as you flew up, it made a noise, and you flew down, it made a noise, sort of thing. And that was its thing. But yeah, they did actually come in black. As well as sort of a white sort of effect. It was like the black one was like an interceptor or something that they named it. Yeah, and so you just kit bashed it and then done this diorama of all these troops marching out. Right. That's nice. So what I'm gonna, I'll do the Haviland for the head because it works. But what I'll probably do with the grey, I'm feeling doing some watered down known oil. That's the way I'm rolling tonight, I feel. That going down there. I'll probably put some lead belcher or something around the holes. Obviously, bullet hole. Or, yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, the one of the other cool things about this White Dwarf 120 was obviously, I mentioned it on Twitter earlier on, but it was the fact that they had rules for like a little expansion for Space Hulk, where you could actually play using power armor in there, which was all really cool. So they had that. They had obviously the War Griffin stuff. They had some images of the new sort of Space Marine box set that was coming out, and they had some. There was loads of fantasy stuff in there as well, but I never really pretty much. But you had Gene Stealers and some hybrids in there, so it was a really cool looking magazine with all the bits in there. There was so much stuff, but also you had the first showing of the Saber tank, which was a kit bash, like with a rhino, basically. So the Saber tank, which has only been out for about a year, from Forge World existed in 1989. Would you know 1989? Yeah, so it was first introduced in 120. So so much awesomeness in that particular one. So if you can get hold of a copy of it, like I did, because I think I actually got my original back, because I gave a load of my White Dwarfs away, but I think I managed to get that one back from a mate that I lent them to. I just said, like, could I have it back, please? I would really like that one back, because it was like my favourite one ever. I literally just looked at those pictures for weeks upon weeks upon weeks, and yeah, just loved it. Right. So I'm just going to do watered down Nuln Oil. So that brings the grey down. It does quite a nice little effect, toning down some of the lighter colour from the stippling. So just watered down Nuln on that, and then Agrax on the yellow. Get some Agrax on the yellow first. That's it, get in there. I remember parents got a new washing machine and let me have the box in my room with sand in it. I made quite a few dioramas until they got pissed off with all the sand everywhere. I can totally imagine that. Oh dear, bless you. Felix, new Space Marine kit being leaked. Heresy kit, yes. As I said, I was listening to the Eye of Horus podcast earlier on. What they're saying was that it was something like 30 Mark 6, so aka Beaky Marines, 5 not Tartarus, the heavier Terminators, which I can't think of. Damn it. Cataphracti, sorry. Yeah, Cataphracti. So 5 Cataphracti, 30 Mark 6 Marine armour, 2 characters. Now, speculation, one might just be like a champion perhaps, and the other one might be like not a Masters of Signals, but a Vox dude or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember. But then you've got the plastic Contemptor with the new missile rig on its roof, and a plastic Spartan tank, which is interesting. So with all that sort of stuff, you're probably going to be looking price-wise, because there's a lot of stuff there, and obviously like the old Betrayal at Calth, when they came out several years ago, were like 100 quid sort of thereabouts anyway. So with this, you've got a tank in it as well. So I think most of the times you had like 30 Marines, a couple of characters, 5 Tartarus, and a Contemptor in the Prospero one. Was it Prospero one? And no, sorry, in the Calf one. Sorry, you had Mark IV in the Calf one. You had the Terminator dude, and you had Buggerfly, the Cataphractii, and then you had a Contemptor in that one. And then you had Tartarus and Mark III, and so 10 Tartarus, I think. So you could like have 15 troops and 5 Tartarus per side, or something like that. I'm not can't remember. But yeah, the Contemptor was in the first one. I remember that because it was like you'd line them up against their Cataphractii sort of thing. Saw those rumours as well. Oh, hi Cyprian, welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Never played Heresy, so we'll have to draw me into getting some real Marines, not the fake Primaris things. I don't mind the Primaris. It's when you see them up against other things, they really do look quite monstrous. But then obviously Heresy don't have Primaris, so you have to use the old style stuff. 100% can't wait. Just hi to Cyprian again. There's a lot of mention of Space Fleet this week. I noticed Ash Barker has unearthed his copy and will be doing some Let's Plays. Why not? You know, we spoke about Space Fleet earlier on. As I said, I liked the Imperial Gothic battleship that came in that particular box set, because that was also one of they brought out like 4 different box sets. So you had like Space Hulk Light, which was called Ultramarine, where you got like 5 plastic scouts and some cheaper card room sections and stuff. Don't know I can't remember what the bad guys were in that. Sorry. Then you had Space Fleet, which was Imperial Gothic battleship versus Elder Corsair Wraith Bone Construct frigate cruiser thingy. Man-O War, I think it was, or something, or the Mighty Empires. I think there was like 4 box sets they brought out, which was sort of early mid 90s. But there was like only like £8 to £10 for these box sets. They would like really, literally to try and hook you in to go, oh, what's that? It's a game on its own, and then it's like a gateway drug, basically. How's it going, Felix? Yes, Space Fleet might be nice too. Heard some rumours about that last year. Yeah, I can't see them not. Like with all the old back catalogue of games, they're going through them. So obviously, we've done Blood Bowl, we've done Necromunda, we've done AT, we've done Aeronautica Imperialis. So obviously you've got Space Marine, Man-O War, Mighty Empires, and Battlefleet Gothic. Because that was the at one point you was able to sort of do campaigns where you had like the start of it was Battlefleet Gothic part, where you had the ships fighting off to each other to see who makes it to the ground. And then you could do like Aeronautica Imperialis missions fighting and all that sort of thing, or Titans fighting. Again, your normal sort of gaming where you're going along with your 40k stuff, shooting stuff, like done as done properly would be really cool. I think having like those different stages of games, so like one game Battlefleet Gothic, one game this, one game that, and whoever wins. You got a truckload of drop fleet. I've got UCM ships for drop fleet because I just thought they looked awesome. Because again, it's like the Sulaco from Aliens. I love that ship. But yeah, I was thinking about the PHR initially, but yeah, it was the UCM ships all the time. I like the PHR stuff for the ground-based game, but never got into them because nobody I know plays it around here. So I've only admired from afar on that respect. Yeah, the ironclads, yeah. Well, and there was the Dominator as well, the one with the Nova cannon. Was it the Dominator battleship? Which the bit of fluff I loved about that was that basically they wrote up that like once like imperial governors that basically want away from the Imperium. As soon as that was sort of made known that, oh yeah, we want to get out, they would normally just dispatch a Dominator battleship to that area. It was the one with the real long sort of like kill cannon. It's just stuck out the front, so it looked like a narwhal. But you know, you had that sort of turn up, and because it fired, the shells were the size of tower blocks, as they described them. Basically, as soon as one of those ships entered the system, a surrender was normally quite quick in coming because there's nothing that could stand up to it just bombarding them. So yeah, no, I remember the like ironclads and Dominators. There was a Castellans as well, I think. There was like little shield ships because I had them. They had like little shield, like little circles at the front or the nose, and then like on the prow, sorry, and then like other bits which were like the shield generators. So you'd fly them in close to other ships to give them that additional shield protection, which was another little interesting little cool thing. Painting Titans, my kind of ship. It was too old for shields. It was just huge armoured, great for ramming speed. Of course, there's nothing wrong with ramming speed. I love a ramming speed. Rob, we did a huge campaign, space fleet that could reinforce ground troops in Epic, and then localize. But yeah, that's it. You know, you just tie in those game systems, or even if you had like a team of players, and you had like one person, I'll do the space fleet stuff, and another person, I'll do the Epic stuff, another person, I'll do that, and you operating together, sort of thing. Those sort of things were really like characterful and interesting, and fun to play. UCM and Shatari, yeah. I was looking at some of the newer ships because I don't really have much on the bigger ones. I've got like the starter set. I didn't get on the Kickstarter, so I missed out on the Avalon. So that was, you know, I thought, ooh, I had a chance of getting an Avalon, but I think it was Ben Greaves, but I think he sold it before I had a chance of getting hold of it. But was it the Tokyo class battle cruiser? Yeah, so it was that. But yeah, I love that whole thing, like the different, you know, same kits, but you just do little variations. Yes, you could magnetize it, but no, I wouldn't. I like my ships to be my ships. Drop Zone Commander is a great game. I played it a lot. I've actually got the gaming board because it was like £20, and I thought, oh, I get that. Some people were using it for using in AT, similar scale. Why not? I have a diorama in the rule book. I painted it for a chap who developed the game. Very proud moment for that. Oh, really? Oh, cool. Was that on the Drop Zone Commander, or are you still on other stuff? What was you talking about? Yeah, yes, David. What was that? What was that for? It is the part of transporting troops somewhere onto the battlefield. They do their mission. You transport them somewhere else. that part was missing in 40k. Yeah, no, I like sort of fully interactive sort of battles, because it adds a little bit more to the whole campaign, you know. Like there was one thing where you'd be playing a campaign game, like you've got your team of 6 players all doing your own individual games, but if you finish your game early and like you could actually ship one of your units or something to reinforce another of your teammates. So like he might be fighting, like being hard pressed, and then suddenly you have like a land raider turn up and go, "Hi guys, I'm here to help." That sort of thing was quite interesting. Or the firing between tables, which was always fun, because you just go, "Oh, I'm firing a seeker missile or you know, Death Strike missile." What was the one with the massive claws? Hilarious. Want to be like the Scourge or whatever, or something. There's a little street scene, one of those alien walkers and some rocket tanks. Crazy thing. There's a guy developing the whole game in his bedroom. Got a Kickstarter ships after so many people selling off their stuff cheap now. Also have 3 of the 2 upsized battleships, 12 inches long. Wow, that's an impressive ship. Oh yeah, sorry, drop donkey one. Yeah, you need to synchronize those games somehow. Yeah, as I say, like, you know, when you're doing like, oh, you've got set times, then you've got that synchronicity with that respect. But you know, different players going around blowing the crap out of each other always has some sort of fun edge to it. So, how's the Gryphonicus dude? Is that looking okay, guys? Oh, did anyone find out if Gryphonicus was gold trim? I was wondering, because obviously I think they are gold. Warlord fire support from your AT game into a 40k game. Yeah, why not? If you have the ability to do it, do it. Alright, I'm just going to have a quick look on Google whilst we're here. So gold trim, and that's looking like Liberator gold as well. So looks like Liberator gold. Yeah, cheers, dudes. Hey, look, I'm painting trim. How exciting! Everybody hates Trim. Trim, the scourge of the universe. Yeah, there is actually. Yeah, there's which I have actually here. I just saw that. Now, I'm not sure if it's the Nasdrake or if it's the Iandon. Actually, I think it's the Iandon. Oh, that's Sandra Yellow. Iandon Yellow. You just love yellow. It's nothing to be ashamed of. You can like yellow. That's fine. Right, we'll see how this goes first, because it might not work. It might not. I know it does sort of look gold. Yeah, I think I would actually have to go over the lead belcher to brighten it up a bit, because I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's sort of growing ish. And for Tom's benefit, it is yellow. Right, you see that okay? What are we thinking? Are we liking this? Or do I go with the Liberator? But then the Liberator is probably going to be too close with the Audax, because that's Liberator. Painting the trim of a dead Titan is easier. Yeah, it kind of is. So it's got a sort of strange, sort of like greeny gold, really. Hmm. Just getting that all in. Just caressing that trim. So are we liking this? Is that what we're saying? Try and get a little bit into there. And around the edges, underneath. So it's definitely different from the Liberator. Yeah, it does have a goldish, sort of like a fool's gold, if you know, if you know what I mean. Has like a sort of a semi sort of greeny gold to it, sort of thing. But or burnished gold. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Something that's been quite weathered. Yeah, I end in yellow contrast over lead belcher or silver in general comes out gold. So for a dead tighten. Yeah. So that's something some of you may not have known, that you can just go over with contrast paints on silvers, totally changes the properties of the actual paint. So, because the other one they've got is like this, that would turn it more brown, I reckon. It's quite an old yellow. Yeah, battle damage. Yeah, I was just going to do some little touches of. Let's go Iron Hand Steel. Well, actually, I'll go lighter because then it'll be more brighter. So where Shadow? No. Right, go Rune Fang. Shake it a bit better. Leakage. Yeah, contrasts are really quite handy at times, Rob. You know, like normally what I've been doing, like with my AT stuff for cabling, I just go over the lead belcher with Basilicanum Grey. It gives it quite a nice sort of like, you know, like rubberized look to it. I should probably do that with these dudes. Those little study bits. Right. Right, let's do the Basilicanum. If I can find a Basilicanum. I use Nighthorn Gloom, wash it with Agrex and dry brush it white for cables. Sounds good, is it a real nice rubber butt? No, I say, it's these little things, these little conversations, Rob, and everybody else, Tom and Felix and G Stealer, Henning, Cyprian, David, everyone who's here anyway. If I've missed you out, sorry. Yeah, so like just chatting in here, because I say we all learn from each other, so it's quite a good little sort of unit of sharing of ideas. So you can't knock it. What was I doing with this? No, I was going to do something else with that. So siliconum on the cablings. So because I don't use those sort of weapons cablings on my weapon systems, because I don't really care for them much, but they do make for extra little bits to have sticking out of downed Titans. You know, all these little cables that have run out where weapon systems have been blown off, and all that jazz. And just giving it over with that. And it's better having like that little sort of discoloration and not just being like straightforward silver cables, because they just get boring really fast. A little bit over these dudes here. I do like to also add some of this siliconum into the exhausts, where it's like soot build up, smoke build up and all that from the venting. Do any of you guys do like sort of heat glow from the exhausts on your Titans? I know some people do, so I'm just curious if any of you lot do. So I just like them, again, sooty, letting out the rubbish, polluting the airwaves. I used to use a Tamiya like clear paint called Smoke, which Basilicanium does the same thing. So it's less smelly, easy to clean off your brushes, because the Tamiya stuff can be a little bit sticky. So Siliconum comes in and does the same sort of job, really. I do some heat glow models with very busy pose that show the reactor working on. That's fair. I use MIG. Yeah, I've got no MIG whatsoever. But yeah, it's fingers paint. Sometimes, like, you see something, you go, oh, that looks like an interesting colour. I'll try some of that out. But I haven't come across MIG. I don't know if Wayland sells it in store. I don't remember seeing MIG. Where's that little brush? Basilicum again. So I'm going to put very well, this is a 000, and then put that into the grills. Like so. So Rob, have you been working on your night since 7 this morning, like you did last week, or have you been taking it easier today? sold all your BFG and bought AT. I was actually thinking about selling some of my models and stuff, because I've got, like, you know, quite a few heresy sort of armies. My Mechanicum aren't going anywhere because I love crazy ass robots too much. So they're staying put. But I do have sort of like Thousand Suns stuff. Got some Raven Guard. I was even thinking about maybe some 40k stuff because of all these game systems, and I hardly get to play any of them. And certain ones I prefer playing than others. So, actually think about maybe getting rid of some of them. It makes sense to. If you know what I mean. Pigments are better for proper soot effects, really matte finish. Yeah, I've got a few. I need to get some more of that solution you use for sort of fixing them. I can't remember the actual name for them, but yeah, you know, you just paint over just to sort of like, it turns it into a paint pretty much. I like the dusty effects you get with the weathering powders and all that, but yeah, I say they're very good. And they do look quite effective, but I have used them on some of my earlier models, but like after I started doing like oil weathering with certain Titans, that does a lot of great work. So yeah, I could dust them up a little bit, I suppose. What have we got here? I like some soot blackening, but usually not a fan of heating effects, heat clones myself. Yeah, I sort of like plasma glow. I've come away from. I used to do plasma glow quite a lot. No example here to hand, but yeah, it's like heat effects. I was talking to friends on the other night actually on like a group sort of hobby hangout type thing, and we was discussing it then about like heat glow, the scorching and stuff like that. And sometimes you see on certain weapons, like on I've seen on volcano cannon. So like here, I'll do the very sort of end part because obviously that's where the heat's going to be when it's firing. But I don't go no further. But I've seen like people heat scorching halfway down the barrel, and you go, well, that really shouldn't happen. If that's happening, you've got a very dodgy las cannon barrel. But yeah, say like the plasma glow, I do it. Oh God. I do it on some, but not all now. Like the War Masters, none of them will have plasma glow on. I just like seeing like the metallic coils sort of thing. Yes. Then I had my daughter come over after she finished work at 6, so I had a short day of painting. Yeah, fair points, but see the family, that's always good. Tom, I'm completely allergic to heat flow and fussy about heat staining. Not because it never looks good, but because pro painters thinks it looks good on everything. And done subtly, it's nice though. Yeah, and so you don't go OTT. And I say I've seen some where you just go, what? It physically couldn't do that in reality unless you were sticking the las cannon into a fire. Absolutely agree. Too many people paint their guns completely blue-purple, often in places where they... Exactly. Yeah, that's why I just keep it at the very end tips myself. Get on flamers. I like to get sort of like a more sooty sort of heat glowy, not heat glow, but you know, heat scorch on them, but a bit more sort of on the sort of build up of, you know, because it's promethium's coming out of it, so it would be sort of dirtier and not so clean. Exactly. The immersion breaking, taking no account for different component parts. Yeah, I always like the coloured coils on plasma weapons. Yeah, I started off with all that sort of thing, but as I said, in recent months, I've sort of moved away from it because I was always doing like blue plasma, because I always see like everyone has their ideas of what weapons fire would be like. So like las cannons to me, or las weapons are red, and that's purely because of they were red in like the Crusade games and stuff. Dawn of War, they were red. Plasma I've always seen as blue because of Tau having blue plasma weapons on the cover of their codexes and stuff. Volkite's red again, but red with little circles because that's what was on the artwork. So, but yeah, that's I was focusing. But like with AT, they started doing sort of like orange glowy sort of plasma on the like artwork for the first battle group box set. So I did that with my Ignatum, but only with my Ignatum because the picture on the box set was Ignatum. So, but yeah, I've just come away from it now. I'll just rather have metallic coils. Go from there because they're not always going to be firing. Richard Gray did the War Master with copper coloured coils. Loved them, and they're doing them just that. Yeah, I did that really a couple of years ago with my 28mm Warlord with its Sun Fury. I painted it up with blue plasma glow and just thought, I don't know, and so I got redone it. Just went over with it was actually with some Tamiya gold colour, and I'll tell you what, when I looked at it, the illusionary effect of looking at those Tamiya golds over the coils was just like, I think I'm seeing into another dimension. It was just really striking, but confusing because it's like you felt your eyes were blurry. And I actually quite liked how I did looking at plasma color. So it's like a heat shimmer, I guess, in some way, because your eyes couldn't really focus on it. But with paint. My dad was a blacksmith, so heat tempering colour is super important. Yes. Yeah, so I think dream job. Dream jobs. It probably wouldn't have been a dream job. I'd probably get bored of it quickly. But it would have been being like a master sort of swordsmith, like a Japanese katana swordsmith. You know, where it takes months of dedicated sort of tempering, you know, and working at these things because each of those katanas are works of art. The way that they come out at the end and the way they're finished. Obviously, they have multiple. It's not all done now by just one person. You obviously have the swordsmith who makes the actual thing and does all the sort of like the tempering and the we like the use of clay to give the sort of the shimmer on the actual blade and stuff, and how they produce them, and then obviously they get polished and sharpened and all that sort of stuff. But all that whole thing, which is the whole thing that like this guy just lives to make swords, and you know it's an honourable, you know, occupation, and it looks really cool. But yeah, no, it's great stuff. Right, back to these dudes. Right, so I've done the. Sorry, so he's got that. He's got that. I'm going to. All right, let's do the rims because that seems like a thing to do. I don't know. This is one of Sam's brushes, and it just ended up by my stuff, so I claimed it. Yeah, do that, dude. Oh, I think I'm getting confused. I saw there was some guys that done a made a lightsaber, basically, or as near as damn it. So obviously produced like a certain height flame of sort of basically like plasma, really, and that was able to sort of cut through metal. That was pretty cool. I think I saw that for obviously like links on Facebook, um, where they was able to do that. And yes, I think I might have seen it. I'm not 100% sure though, mate. Yeah, but yeah, if you see it, send it. Um, I have to admit, like the most impressive thing I've seen recently, sort of like heat based weaponry. Well, it's not actually. It is a weapon technically, but it's not what it's used for. Is those like heated knives that when you cut through bread, it toasts it. That's just like, oh my god, that's the greatest thing ever. I just cut it and it's already toasted. Or another heat-related thing was the see this some sort of Russian dude, and he's on like a smelting foundry, and they're pouring out molten steel, and he's like chopping his hand through it, because if you do it fast enough, or I'm not saying like you got to go superhuman fast, but if you go at a good speed, when you put your hand through it, you don't actually burn yourself. And you just like, whah, like that, because it doesn't have the time. It doesn't have the time and coverage to actually burn you. Just seems crazy to me, though. Just melt your hand off. So greatest thing is red. Night, David. Thanks for coming and hanging out, and yeah, I'll hopefully see you again during the week on social media, as always, and obviously, hopefully see you again next week here. Take it easy, man. Sweet dreams. So yeah, what we've got on there. Hello, Benjamin Braitley. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. So just doing the rims on these good dudes. So try and get them a bit tighter. So we've got the two hounds here at present. give them some weapons. So yeah, so plasma glow at the moment. So yellow because of stuff. And there's the obviously, see a bit closer. So yeah, you can just see where obviously the discoloration. So a little bit of purple, and the blue, which is obviously Drakenhof Nightshade towards the end there. Yeah. Yeah, we've got more of an evident purple here because I'm under the assumption it's going to be a lot hotter than the flamer. Well, that was what the theory was anyway. So yeah, so we've got quite a few weapons. I say plasma and Vulcan Megabolt is my fave. Yes, Rob, I wasn't dangerous level, but more proof of concept. Plasma goes around a literal glass coil. I gloss 2 on my decals. Good, good, good. Do not roll a 1. It's such a nice scorch effect. Thanks, Rob. So it's I do actually have to say compare them with the other flamers I've done. So it's pretty consistent, apart from that one, but they're not all going to be. So yeah, so that one I think I just went a little bit too purple on, but the other ones are all the different variances in Bernie. That one's been burning a lot the most. Obviously more sooty at the ends. But yeah, I say it's they're the sort of ones that deserve more attention to for like that scorching effect. Yeah. So let's back up the unit. So there you go. So that's the idea, to have 3 harpoons. Obviously, Vulcans aren't necessarily, because these aren't the most reliable of weapons at present. Actually, let's take that. Yeah, that Gryphonicus isn't too bad, I don't think. I think that's okay, yeah, for a dead Titan. Oh, did you say 5? It might be 6. 7. That is 8. 9. Ooh. And 10. So a whole little posse of Warhounds. So you either get the head shanking to the left, shanking to the right, forward. So try and mix them around. But yeah, you can see obviously positioning of the legs, tipping them forward, make them look a little bit more sprinty. Raising that foot. So yeah, I think there's only one in here. But I was saying that one might actually be a normal pose as well, but because it's standing on something, sorry Felix, it makes it look different. So because I haven't got no decals, I just used a Space Wolf one, aimed it up high, so the howling of a wolf on a sort of a flamey, shieldy background. But yeah, so that's 10 hounds, and they have support in these guys. This is just a homebrew night house, who I call House Inara. There you go. So House Inara, aka the Warhounds. So that was using contrast as well. So well, Corex white for the white, and that's Blood Angel over Lead Belcher, and then washed over with Agrax. So gives you that nice sort of being. So I've got 2 banners of knights, so 4 lancers in each, and 10 hounds. So not a bad little posse. So 2 groups of 5, or you could do 3 squadrons, or 3 groups of 3, or 2 3s and a 4, for example, and knight support. So yeah. That's not too bad going, really. All magnetised, apart from there's 2 that aren't. That's not magnetised. That one, yeah. So those 2, because I ran out of magnets, and I just thought, sod it. I want to have 2 that are sort of purposely used as fire support. So plasmas with the Vulcans. So it's all about the shield stripping with these guys. But also, once the shields have been stripped, whacking them with the plasma. So that's why, you know, Warhounds, plasma guns and Warhounds are just really nice. Really, really good. And they do what you want them to do. But I do like to also complement them. So where I may have, obviously, harpoons, giving them turbo lasers for cool shots. So if you, you know, hit where you might really need to hit. Because that's the thing, sometimes you just got to go with it and unleash hell. Have you read the Mechanicus trilogy, guys? Accident. I have. I was hoping to buy the Precept Manic box plus some Ursus Claws for the Warhounds, but both were sold out by the time I got money. Always search, or if you know any like friendly local game stores, because sometimes they just have them there. If there's not a big sort of Titanicus group in that particular area, you can get lucky. Like with the last box sets, I managed to get some from certain, like, you know, looking online and trading through every sort of float of local game store online presence, and I found some, you know, and it was like, you know, normal price. That some Goblin Games, I think, Goblin Gaming was the one of the last ones I managed to have get hold of a box set from. But yeah, they are such. You know, you could get lucky. Just keep looking, Benjamin. You never know. This is known as the Marshall Flex. No, we was doing like we was counting. We was playing a game. It was counting up. That's what it was. Smithers, release the hounds. Ah, excellent. Lovely, grimy Gurgi guts. I have many loose weapons rattling around in the drawer. Can't quite imagine what your weapon storage is like. They're rattling around in the box, Rob. And I did say I have started on some other, obviously, just top up weapons, because I was finding, obviously, in the early days, so before Legio Audax, all my Titan weapons were glued in place. So it wasn't until after Audax, because then I started magnetizing Warhounds. So none of my Solaria are magnetized, for the Warhounds anyway, aren't. Ignatum only has 2 out of 4 that are magnetized. Volcano, they have 2 out of 5 magnetized, because I'd already like glued them in place basically. But yes, Precept is still widely available in US and Canada, so it might be worth Benjamin looking for an online store in America or Canada. You can still, you know, you'll still be making a saving, and going from like a friendly local game store, you're helping out them rather than scalpers, because yeah, scalpers were just like, yeah, oh yeah, it's like double the price. We might as well just buy them separately. It'd be cheaper. Working on the Mechanicus trilogy, but found myself returning to Gaunt's Ghosts. Not read the last 3 books. No, I haven't actually done Gaunt's at all, or Tanith. Thank you. So yeah, there's some books I need to get into. Like I want to go through. Well, I've done Eisenhorn, so I want to go through Ravna and then Beckwin, because Dan Ebnet and those sort of stories is his like bread and butter. He loves them. So get through them. But yeah, maybe Gaunt's Ghosts, because I've got lots of friends that absolutely live Gaunt's Ghosts. Oh. Weapon is loose. It's definitely loose. I can't even see it. What the Federican? Oh no, found it. Bulk of Megabola. Blended in with the carpet, the bane of all hobbyists. Plasma and Vulcans are both borderline OP in a vacuum. Delivered by hounds, they can at least be dispatched relatively easily. God's Ghost is very good. Yeah, no, I'm not going to argue with that. Love Dan Abnett's work. Again, I'm not going to argue with that, because he is awesome. I'm on the last book, Rob. Great relationships with the Titan Maniple. Is the Titan Maniple in Gaunt's Ghosts, is that going to be Invicta? Because obviously that was the whole thing about Titanicus, was that Invicta were on the way to the Sabbat War Crusade and Sabbat Crusade, whatever you want to call it. And then obviously they got sidetracked to go to Orestes, where Tempestus were based, and were having trouble with some chaos dudes. The problem is that I live in Latin America, so here is no local store, and I buy is online, and all I buy is online. So yeah, thinking in US, yeah. So at least you're not going to be obviously over here in England. Postal rates are a nightmare now. Trying to get anything from anywhere. So the amount of times, like if you order something from abroad, you get hit up with quite a lot of import tax now. Yay, Brexit. The gift that keeps on giving. Haven't read the last book or two yet. Sad face. Yeah. Well, that's something to look forward to, isn't it, Felix? How is Hey, JS. Welcome. Yeah, so you've got basically 2 mana pools there. So 2 lots of 5. They do have knight support in 2 banners of this House Inara, which is a made-up homebrew. Alright, I'll get them out as well, okay? Just because everyone's here now. So get the knights out. Get in the way of the Warhounds. Let's pop, 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 pop. And last one there. So camera. So come down. Let's get that over there. So there you go. So 2 banners of the knights going into all these little dudes. But these, obviously, these guys would actually be quite scary on the battlefield. So these are the 2 that I was painting today. Still need to finish off some of the detailing and tidying up, basically. We went with Gryphonicus, that was Rob's suggestion, for the Dead Loyalist, because I haven't done that before, so that worked out okay. And yeah, so it's a bit of tidy up left, obviously eyes, sorting out, tidying up the trim on them, basically. But yeah, they're pretty much, well, they're done for tonight, because yeah, it's I've got to do the sort of scroll work and the shield on that dude, so I'll just replicate what I did that one. Yeah. But yeah, so it's all been quite a productive evening, really, and everyone's been here. It's been fun as always. So sorry about that crotch shot. Unintentional. Sorry. But yeah, so let's put these guys back in their little box. Oh. So there's not so many weapons rattling around now, because 4 of them are now armed on 2 Titans. But it's always handy to have the options, because you never know when you're going to need them. So yeah, the knights are just dumped in, basically. So I don't get thrown around that much because I haven't been playing games that much. So I might get a game soonish. couple of friends from the Titans Owners Club suggesting maybe having a little meet up at some stage. But yeah, and hopefully it depends when the game is. So might just do I might just say like do a live stream, but it'll be if I can do it just from my phone as a live stream onto YouTube, then I'll do that because then that'd be interesting to see some battles going on. So that'd be a bit different from just chatting and talking, which is not a problem. I enjoy it. I've been doing it for the last sort of 4 hours, 42 minutes and 10 seconds. So and having fun with you guys, which is, you know, a Saturday night Reaver, as we do. Right, so I'm going to catch up with everything. So what we got? Hello JS, yes, hello JS again, sorry. Highly honest, I like the top, yes. Oh, you sweet innocent boy, telling the totals. Yeah, alright, so, well, I think JS knows some of the titles, because obviously, well, these two here is number 97 and number 98 of the collection, split amongst technically 9 Legios, although there is one Legio which is made up of one Reaver Titan at present, but the other ones, so you've got like Ignatum and Solaria both have 16 Titans apiece. Krytos has 12. These guys have 10. I think the others have all got 10 now as well. So I've got to double check now. So, oh yeah, obviously Auto Sinister solo on his own. So there's 2. So it's technically 10 if you call it a Legio. Yeah, so 16 for Ignatum, 16 for Solaria, 12 for Krytos, 12 for Volcanum, 10 for Audax, now 10 for, I'll change that while I'm here, for Audax, 10 for Demisium, so I'm just updating totals, 10 for Demisium, and 10 for Fortidus, and 1 for Atonicus, which is the Black Shield Titan. So that's 98 Titans in total. I haven't updated the points values because they're all based on 96 Titans, which give you them as well while you're all here. So there's 17 Warlords, so that's 8,500. I've just done them on basic loadouts, average loadouts, I think. 27 Reavers, which is 9,450 points. 39 Warhounds, which is now 41, but 39 Warhounds, which is 9,750. 9 Warbringers, which is 3,780. 3 War Masters, which is 3,300. 1 Warlord Sinister, which is about 780. And the total points, and as I said, this is based on 96 Titans, 35,560 points. Loyalist engines are 53, Traitor 42, which are now 44, and Black Shield is 1. So yeah, so that's all the bits and pieces. And if you want knight assets as well, House Procon Vi has 26 knights, which is 4 Errant, 4 Paladin, 4 Gallant, 12 Lancer, 2 Acastus. House Tyrannus 30, which is 6 Errant, 5 Paladin, 5 Warden, 6 Lancer, 3 Castigator, 3 Acheron, and 2 Acastus. House Caesarian, 28, 5 Errant, 5 Paladin, 5 Warden, 8 Lancer, 3 Acheron, 2 Acastus. House Divine, 31, 6 Gallant, 6 Crusader, 6 Errant, 8 Lancer, 3 Castigator, 2 Acastus. House Veroni, 4 Lancer, 4 Acheron, 4 Castigator, 4 Atrapos, 4 Megara, 5 Gallant, 2 Acastus. And finally House Inara, which is 8 Lancers. So that's all the totals. There are of the painted Knights and Titans in my collection. So yeah, there's a fair few, but yeah, that's the thing. I just got into that situation where you just think, sod it, I'm just going to hit 100 Titans and 150 Knights, as you do. But yeah, I still have lots of heresy books to read. I only read a few and not in order either. Some of them you can sort of just do that with, but there are others that you really need to have other short stories leading into them or something. Lancers is just awesome. Lancers are just awesome. They were always my favourite knight Lancers. Stab. They are rare. Rob, big fan of the Atrapos, but I can't excuse the cost. Yeah. Gratuitous, yes. G said, I paint a Reaver, wash needs to dry. Well, say that's helped me with having a fan on, because it is still a little bit warm over here. Told me I need to get them in 28mm as well, but I'm not getting the Atrapos in AT scale, too expensive for my liking. Well, yeah, they are expensive. You know, it was, yeah, they might be handy on the table sort of thing, but they're not cheap. So that's why I'm not doing lots of them. I would say literally Hasperoni of the only ones that have the 40-year-old Knights. I didn't even get Styrics because I'm not a fan of the Styrics. I don't like the head. Off to HQ Warhammers for Father's Day tomorrow. Oh well, have a good time, buddy. Always good going up to there. I said I was planning on going up there with all the Knights and Titans to put them out on display on one of the big theme boards, but as I've mentioned elsewhere, because of obviously still lockdown rules and stuff, they're not getting the big theme boards out because of obviously it's just too much work having to clean them as much as the other ones. The basic boards are not as hard to clean, and obviously if they clean them, sometimes it might actually damage them too much. So until then, I won't be going up to Warhammer World until I can actually go up there safely and use their. I want to use their Nijmegen bridge board. You've probably seen it, the one with the big bridge, but it will just look really good either side, having traitors one side, loyalists on the other. I think JS does know. I'm just giving him a hard time. You're just the mean one sometimes. You're the. I know I'm mean to you with the Astorum. Sorry, Astroman. Sorry. Yeah. Hopefully get some tune. I did not know that you had that many. Yeah. Don't go out. I have a Reaver and a Warhound kit to build someday. Once you get started, JS, you will just. Once you've got that first one built, yeah, it's so much easier afterwards, and you really will enjoy, building and painting them. Sort of thing. Just make sure you pay attention to the instructions on your first couple, just so you don't make any mistakes. Like with Reavers in particular, people might overstance it. Try and keep it as simple as possible, and try and keep the shin as straight as possible to the foot, because if it goes too much of an angle, you might have trouble putting the leg armour in place. Imagine not having any defensor, such a shame. They look good, but never really appealed. No, a very striking colour scheme. Now, that green stripe is just fantastic with the black and the white, but yeah, just never grabbed me really. Probably too much white, possibly. I have a lot too, but it pales in comparison to Lee. Well, you're catching up. Every week you're getting closer. Anyone here build the AT Porphyrion? Is it a good kit? Yes, I built 10. Fairly straightforward. Yeah, you can't really go wrong with it. Your biggest decisions is whether or not to stick the auto cannons or the las cannons onto the model. To be honest, you can't tell really between the two, so it doesn't really matter. But I did do las cannons all of mine. Great kit, stupid rules. Yeah, I just think that the easiest thing to have done with them, apart from the points increase, because they were a bit too cheap, would have been to not allow them to have double hits on the centre circle on the blast template. Keep blast, that's fine, but having like that thing firing hitting you 8 times is pretty devastating. And when you've got 2 of them, obviously dropping them down to banners of 2 and having them as a support banner, so you had to have a full lance in order to have one sort of thing. That was pretty cool, but yeah, just 4 shots are enough for a unit of that size. But overstance, what is that like? If you look on Rob's social media, and his Reaver Titan in particular, it's doing like this big sort of foot stomp, and its legs like right up, ready to really hammer it down onto this little tank or gunning placement sort of thing. But yeah, it looks really cool the way it's posed on that, and obviously these Warhounds have got some nice posing as well. But that is quite an overstance. That's a new term, overstance. Overstance. I have a set JS. It's pretty good. Haha, classic Rob. Yeah, so it's Rob's big Titans and his small Titans and his Knights are really good. They're really well painted and well modelled. So, and the thing, when you see these big Titans, you know, you just love it. It's so different to everything else. So you keep doing what you're doing, buddy. Don't let anyone make you change, man. Yeah. Right. It's now 5 to 1 in the morning of the 20th. Is it the 20th? Yeah, 20th of June. So I've got work in the morning, but I think it was about time that this little boy tidied up and went to bed. Was obviously work. So thank you all once again for coming and joining in the stream and having chats and watching me paint some Titans. Again, lovely evening, and I'm glad obviously got quite a long one out this evening as well. So took the numbers back up again because we were going from the first one, which was like 5.5 hours, we went down, and we crept back up today, and that's purely down to you guys for you know, keeping me going with the chat, you know, sharing our stories, sharing our tips, hobby tips. So we've all sort of learned something new today. We've experimented with contrasts on this little dude. So yeah, it's actually growing on me. It's like a proper sort of like old gold. The way that contrast over lead belcher comes out, so that's doable. So yeah, we've had fun. So I'll be finishing these guys over the next couple of nights for Titanicus Tuesday, because that's the new thing that I've been doing recently. So getting these painted and then finished up for Tuesdays to post up. But yes, so thanks again, as I said, thanks to you all for coming along. Night all, have fun as always. Thanks for the info, guys. You all take care and have a great day from JS. Henning, I painted way longer than I planned to. I think we all do things longer than we plan to, mate. So, but you're all in good company. We've all had a good evening, I hope, and I hope to see you all again next week. I'll just say for next week might be a little bit later, so because after work I'm planning on dropping around to a friend's house for his birthday, just to pop in, say hello, but then it's a case of getting home from there and getting sorted out. So it might be sort of 8:30 start, something like that. So you all guys know, and most of you turn up sort of a little bit after I start anyway. So all good. Have a great week. Enjoy your hobbying, and until next time, keep safe and take care of yourself. So peace out, dudes, and ta-da-bye.